Chapter 890. Facts proved that Hafra's group of threes encounter in Laru City wasn't a special case. After the Lampari Kingdom and the Kamla Empire signed a new trade agreement, Hafra wasn't the only merchant who saw this business opportunity. In the past few months, large amounts of Lampari Kingdom merchants brought large amounts of goods from the Lampari Kingdom into the Kamla Empire. With the cheap and easy-to-use goods from the Lampari Kingdom, these merchants earned a lot from the Kamla Empire. This situation should have continued, but since May, there had been several cases of merchants from the Lampari Kingdom being arrested in the southern province of the Kamla Empire. They had their goods confiscated and then expelled, which attracted quite a bit of attention. Although the officials of the southern province explained that these merchants from the Lampari Kingdom had gone against the rules of the Kamla Empire, even going against the empire's laws, they had also given all kinds of evidence to prove this. But people with discerning eyes could easily see that the southern province was clearly targeting the merchants from the Lampari Kingdom. This was because although the same situation targeting the merchant from the Lampari Kingdom had happened in other parts of the Kamla Empire, it wasn't as dense as the southern province. Moreover, there was the shadow of the southern province's officials in these matters, so it was hard for people not to think that they were being targeted. But the problem was, why did the southern province have to target the merchants from the Lampari Kingdom? This question was something that the Lampari Kingdom wanted to understand. Queen Seveni even wrote a letter to the Kamla Empire's Department of Commerce, asking them to give an explanation. However, the only response she received from the Kamla Empire was a letter from the Kamla Empire's Department of Commerce Minister Marquis Descartes. In the letter, Marquis Descartes said that the southern province's matter was just an accident and didn't represent the attitude of the Kamla Empire. So he hoped that the Lampari Kingdom wouldn't be too nervous and that the Kamla Empire was still willing to trade with the Lampari Kingdom. Although the meaning in Descartes' Marquis letter seemed correct, his tone and attitude clearly showed that he didn't care. In the end, the Lampari Kingdom's side had Her Majesty Seveni personally write a letter. Although the Kamla Empire didn't need the Emperor to personally write a letter, they should have at least sent someone with more weight. Moreover, at least the Kamla Empire's side had to give a reasonable explanation. It wasn't like Descartes' Marquis letter, being so relaxed and not caring. This didn't show any sincerity in solving the problem at all. You think that the Kamla Empire really treats your Lampari Kingdom as an equal? It's clear that they just don't want to make more enemies in the previous situation. Now that they've found that the Kingdom of Ruhr can't pose a threat to them, they can't help feeling a sense of superiority that belongs to an empire. It's like this isn't related to you at all. Seveni snappily rolled her eyes at Sue. Since the Kamla Empire is targeting our Lampari Kingdom's merchants, of course they will target your new flyer. Do you really think that you can be this relaxed? Of course, why not? Sue gave a shrug. I'll be honest with you. There is one thing that the Kamla Empire isn't wrong about. This time, targeting your Lampari Kingdom's merchants, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the actions of the Kamla Empire's southern province and not the actions of the entire Kamla Empire. Why are you so certain? Seveni doubtfully looked at Sue. Because, the southern province's governor is Duke Windsor, and he has a personal grudge with our new flyer, so it isn't strange that he would target your Lampari Kingdom's merchants. This is because most of the things you merchants bring are magic machines and related things. Sue replied, You have a personal grudge with this Duke Windsor? Seveni had a look of disbelief. Seveni's eyes were filled with disbelief. Your company has never entered the Kamla Empire. How could you have a grudge with the southern province's governor? It's a long story. Sue gave a helpless smile. He thought that it wasn't them who wanted to have a grudge, but rather the other side came looking for a grudge, so they couldn't blame them. All right, let's get back to business. Seveni, I suggested to you before that you should have your Lampari Kingdom's officials come out and gather the Lampari Kingdom's merchants who came to the Kamla Empire to do business together. That way, they would have a unified command, and not only would it make it easier for them to help each other, it would also help your Lampari Kingdom manage these merchants. It's a pity that you rejected me back then. Oh no. I was just worried that many of these merchants had the support of the nobles of the kingdom behind them. If I came out, it was very likely that the nobles would be vigilant, which wouldn't be good. Looking at it now, These nobles can't even take care of these simple matters. It really makes me disappointed. 70 said with a soft sigh. You can't blame them for this. He shook his head. The Lampari kingdom has a rule that the nobles can't do business, so they can't directly use their power. Then again, they're only nobles in the end. They can't represent the Lampari kingdom. When encountering this kind of matter, could it be that you're counting on them to go against the Kanla Empire? Indeed, this was my negligence. 70 honestly nodded. Then Sue, your meaning is, our company has already reached an agreement with His Highness Frank. We're prepared to enter the Kanla Empire next month and open a magic car factory on His Highness Frank's territory. I want to follow the pattern of the Marquis of Southgard's territory and invite the large companies of the Lampari Kingdom to invest in a factory with our company. Sue said with a serious look. But those that can go with our company can only be the companies recognized by the Lampari Kingdom. 70's expression changed as a gentle look appeared in her eyes as she looked at Sue. Sue, thank you for helping me. Don't misunderstand, I'm not just helping you. The Kanla Empire situation is more complicated than the Malar Empires. I don't want to bring a bunch of stragglers with different thoughts. That would only cause trouble for me. Sue waved his hand as he spoke. Is that so? 70 revealed a faint smile and didn't keep asking. She thought about it before saying, all right, I'll help you investigate these companies. Right? The 13 companies that I picked out before have already been arranged. Do you want to include them as well? After all, they have some foundation in the Kanla Empire. All right, they were part of my plans to begin with, and the things they can do in the past might be more than the other companies. Sue revealed a sly smile. All right, this matter will be decided like this for now. 70 paused before suddenly asking, speaking of this, Sue, you said that your company has a personal grudge with the Kanla Empire's southern province's governor. So I'm certain that because of the Kingdom of Ruhr, there will be many people in the Kanla Empire who will be dissatisfied with your new flyer and will even be filled with hostility. Are you certain that in this situation, you'll be able to smoothly open a path in the Kanla Empire? You have to understand something. The smile on Suyi's face was filled with confidence and even a trace of pride. This time, the Kanla Empire is begging our company and not the other way around. After saying this, it was like Suyi suddenly thought of something funny and he gave a laugh. Hey, 70, when I was comparing the Malar Empire to the Kanla Empire, I suddenly felt that the Kanla Empire was simply stupid. When they suddenly announced that they wanted to cooperate with your Lampari Kingdom, I thought that it was a good move. But I never thought that in just a few months, they would start suppressing the merchants of your Lampari Kingdom. What should I say? Could it be that this is the legendary, you won't die if you don't seek death? 70 looked at Sue in surprise. Why was this fellow filled with confidence when facing the Kanla Empire, even filled with a sense of superiority? This giant empire, it was like it wasn't worth paying attention to in his eyes. This really was very strange, because towards the Malar Empire, which was also one of the two empires of the continent, Suyi's attitude was clearly different. Thinking of this, 70 suddenly thought of a problem. Right, Sue, the military representatives of the Malar Empire and the Kanla Empire appeared in your new flyer's main base at the same time and seemed to have met each other. How'd they take care of it? They didn't take care of it. They went back to their homes and did what they were supposed to do. You know that I'm not asking about this. 70 revealed a rare pouting expression as she glared at Sue. I'm asking about the follow-up. How did you take care of it? As for the follow-up, we've already signed an agreement with the Malar Empire's army headquarters. We will sell 50,000 magic repeating crossbows, 3,000 individual magic bazookas, 2,000 large transport magic cars, and 5 magic airships to the Malar Empire. As for the Kanla Empire, that's what I told you just now. The Malar Empire really is generous. 70 couldn't help being stunned before finding that something was wrong. Wait, 5 magic airships? Sue, you still haven't given us 100 magic airships yet. Sue laughed. Anyway, we're still lacking several dozen, so it's fine if we take 5 of them to open the eyes of those fellows from the Malar Empire first. 70's beautiful brows knit as if she wanted to be angry, but then she revealed a smile. All right, you have to compensate me. Sui rolled his eyes. Since 70 took the throne, she really had become more and more sly. All right, Your Majesty, please tell me your request. As long as I can do it, I promise I won't decline. Is that so? 70 narrowed her eyes, and her eyes turned into crescent moons. Chapter 891. The leaves on the trees gradually turned dark green, which meant that the season was slowly approaching the hot summer. Like before, in the beginning of summer each year, the sales of various household magic machines would soar. Among them, there were the magic fans, magic refrigerators, magic air conditioners, and other household magic machines that could cool people down in the summer. What was different from before was that this year, the household magic machines produced by the Lampari Kingdom and the surrounding countries no longer stayed in the southwest countries. Rather, they were heading to the Malar Empire, the Kamla Empire, and even further countries. Since the war between the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Kamla Empire, all the countries on the signs knew about the mysterious military magic machines. At the same time, they also knew that other than the military magic machines, there were also the concept of household magic machines. Among the various household magic machines, the ones that most people cared about the most were the household magic machines that were closest to their lives. So when the Kamla Empire and the Lampari Kingdom signed a trade agreement, opening the market to the Lampari Kingdom, there was nothing that could stop these household magic machines from entering this giant empire. As for the Malar Empire, they didn't stop them at all. Because the Marquis of Southgard had already cooperated with the New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom's magic machine companies, the citizens of the Malar Empire had accepted the existence of household magic machines earlier than the Kamla Empire. Compared to the Kamla Empire, the only disadvantage the Malar Empire had was that they were in the north of the continent. They were quite far from the southwest countries where the magic machine companies were based. Regarding this problem, the Malar Empire's response wasn't slow. In less than half a month after the representatives of the Malar Empire's army returned, the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce received a cooperation agreement from the Malar Empire. They hoped that the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce would enter the Malar Empire and help build several roads in the Malar Empire. At the same time, they hoped that the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce could connect the roads in the Malar Empire with the roads in the Falk Kingdom that were close to the Malar Empire, creating a convenient path to the Lampari Kingdom and the Malar Empire. The Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, of course, happily accepted this. The Marlow Empire's territory was even bigger than the southwest countries added together. If they could completely pave the roads, the benefits they could obtain would be hard to imagine. After signing the preliminary agreement, the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce almost immediately sent a geological exploration team to the Malar Empire to prepare for the upcoming road paving. The road that was previously paved in the southwest province of the Malar Empire also began to expand because of the signing of this agreement. If there were no accidents, a direct road to the Malar Empire's capital, Angelo City, could be built within the next year. The total mileage of this road was estimated to be more than 2,000 kilometers. It could be said that it was the longest road paved by the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. According to President Cruz, this was an opportunity for the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, but also a challenge for them. If they could successfully pave this long and complicated road, it would be a great improvement for the entire Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. Sui didn't pay much attention to this. As a person who crossed over from Earth, he always thought that the roads built by the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce could only be regarded as the lowest level of roads on Earth. Not to mention, compared to those expensive highways, even compared to ordinary national roads, it was still a lot worse. The road paved by the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce was still far away. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to the challenge faced by the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. This was because New Flyer was currently facing an even more difficult challenge. ####. Sui looked up at the sky. He found that the sky was clear and the sun was shining. He then looked down at the sea in the distance. He found that the waves on the sea were slightly rolling. It could almost be regarded as calm. Very good. Sui nodded with satisfaction. It seems that today is a good day to go out to sea. Unravel, the general manager of the New Flyer's transport fleet, smiled. Of course, we chose the day a long time ago. We knew that today would be calm. Oh, then can you guarantee that every day will be calm? He asked back with a smile. Narvel immediately waved his hand. Sir Chairman, you're joking. The situation at sea is very complicated. It might be calm one minute, but the next minute there will be a storm. Our group has already suffered enough. We encountered these situations in the southern seas. Do you think that if we go north, the endless seas will be the same? He asked again. Narvel turned to look at the endless sea north of the Black Rice Harbor. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. I'm not sure, but Sir Chairman, I believe that with our many years of experience on the sea, even if we go on a completely new route, there won't be any problems. Of course, the most important thing is that we have the best ship in the world. As long as we ride it, we won't have to worry at all. He smiled faintly and patted Narvel's shoulder. It's because of your confidence that the mission of sending a transport fleet to the Malar Empire will be given to you. Narvel gave a salute to Sue and said seriously, Sir Chairman, don't worry. I will definitely complete this mission perfectly. Seeing his serious face, he slowly shook his head. I don't need you to act like you're going to risk your life to complete this mission. Remember, this is just an exploration. It's good if you succeed, but if you encounter any problems and can't continue, your first choice is not to risk your life to continue, but to bring the people back safely. Do you understand what I mean? Narvel was stunned and looked seriously at Su Yi's expression. Seeing his serious face, he asked hesitantly, then, Sir Chairman, if there really is a problem, we won't even take the goods? Nonsense. Are the goods more important than the people? He reprimanded. Remember, if the goods are lost, they can be made again, but if the people are lost, they can't be found. Compared to the goods, you people are much more important. I'm having you open a route this time, not to send you to your deaths. Oh, I understand. Narvel gave a slight nod. All right, Sir Chairman, I will definitely do my best to complete this mission. Of course, this is based on ensuring everyone's safety. It's good that you understand. He nodded. For your success this time, I've specially arranged 2 magic airships for you to go with you. This is to prepare for any accidents so that you can make more flexible choices. Remember, you have to keep in contact with the commanders of the 2 magic airships to avoid any accidents. I understand, Sir Chairman can be assured. Good, go and prepare. He patted his shoulder again, indicating for him to leave. Narvel gave a bow to Sue before turning to head to the large transport magic ship that was docked at the Black Rice Harbor. There were a total of 3 large transport magic ships, 10 magic guard ships, and 2 magic airships docked at the Black Rice Harbor. After Narvel finished his preparations, the 2 magic airships would fly to the large transport magic ships and head north with them. The destination of this fleet was the northern harbor of the Malar Empire. The goal of the new flyer transport fleet this time, other than transporting the military and civilian magic machines that the Malar Empire had ordered from the new flyer, they also had the important task of opening a route. Before this, there had never been a fleet that had tried to make this kind of voyage. Because according to the most rough map of Signs, to go from the Black Rice Harbor in the southwest of Signs to the harbor in the north of the Malar Empire, they had to travel at least 5,000 kilometers. This kind of terrifying distance, there had never been a ship that could safely reach it before. Even if the new flyer transport fleet had set off from the Principality of Constantine many times, crossing 3,000 kilometers to reach the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom in the southeast corner of Signs, they still couldn't compare to this voyage. Other than being 2,000 kilometers, the more important problem was that sailing north was completely different from sailing south. The endless seas in the south change a lot, but no one knew how the endless seas in the north changed. Without experience, it meant that there were many unknown dangers. Moreover, according to the information provided by the Malar Empire, the northern seas would be frozen for half a year. The only time they could sail each year was from early summer to early autumn, which was 4 to 5 months. With the speed of the new flyer transport fleet, even if everything was normal, it would take over half a month for a round trip. Adding in the time it took to resupply and the time it took to load the goods, it would take at least a month for a round trip. If there was an accident, It was impossible to estimate how long it would take, because there were too many unpredictable dangers along the way, and because this was the first time the new flyer and the Malar Empire had made a direct connection. Sui attached great importance to this. Not only had he prepared the most experienced people for this fleet, he had even specially allocated 2 magic airships to help. With the 300 fully armed new flyer guards on this fleet, as long as they didn't meet a particularly strong natural disaster, there shouldn't be any dangers that could threaten them. After around half an hour, the fleet had finished their preparations. Sui didn't listen to Narvel's suggestion to give a speech on the large transport magic ship, because he didn't want to make this voyage too serious and increase the pressure on the people on the ship. It was like he said to Narvel before, people were the most important. Even if this voyage experiment failed, they could just come back next time. But if they were gone, these people with rich voyage experience would be hard to find. After everything was prepared, the large transport magic ship that Narvel was on fired 3 magic cannons at the sea before slowly setting off. The other 2 large transport magic ships and 10 guard ships follow behind. A total of 13 ships slowly left the Black Rice Harbor before gradually accelerating, disappearing into the far north of the endless seas not long after. Sui, who was watching the fleet disappear in the distance, was calculating how many days they could last with their supplies when he suddenly felt something tugging at the corner of his clothes. It was the clear voice of a little girl that came from below. "Hey, Sir Chairman, when can we truly begin exploring the depths of the endless seas?" Chapter 892. Sui squatted down, keeping his eyes level with the little girl in front of him. "Hey, Lumi, are you in a rush?" The halfling girl Lumi, who was like a little girl, pouted her lips, looking very cute. "Of course I'm in a rush. I want to find my clansmen right now." Sui revealed a smile. He thought that even if you really went on a voyage and found a new continent, you might not be able to find your clansmen. Because the signs navigation technology was so bad, perhaps the halflings that escaped from the signs might have already been buried on the endless seas. Of course, Sui couldn't say this out loud. Don't be in a rush because this matter can't be rushed. Sui shook his head. Just talking about a voyage. Do you think that with our company's current shipbuilding technology, there won't be any problems for a fleet to sail thousands of kilometers across the endless seas? Lumi fell silent. She lowered her head to think for a bit before shaking her head in a depressed manner. Since she joined the new flyer, she had always been an engineer in the shipyard. She was even more clear on the new flyer's shipbuilding technology than Sui. Of course, she understood that with the new flyer's shipbuilding technology, although they could support a fleet on a voyage, even being able to explore the Malar Empire that was thousands of kilometers away, it was very hard for them to support a fleet exploring the endless seas. The difference was that the current ocean voyages were still considered coastal voyages, but things like exploring the new continent would be extremely deep into the endless sea, truly entering the boundless sea to explore. If there was an accident, they could find a way to return to land for help if they went on a voyage, but they might not be able to approach land if they went on a voyage. Once there was an accident, the result might be the destruction of the ship. This was also the main reason why Sui dared to let Narvel and the others explore the new route, but he wasn't willing to let Lumi explore the seas. Seeing the disappointment on Lumi's face, Sui said with a smile, "Lumi, actually, if it's just to explore the new continent, you don't have to use the magic boats to explore the seas. There is another method that can achieve this goal." "Really?" Lumi looked at Sui in surprise. "Of course there is." Sui stretched out a finger and pointed at the sky above his head. Compared to the turbulent and unpredictable sea, don't you think the sky is more reliable? Lumi was stunned. "Sir Chairman, could it be that you want to use the magic airship to explore? But wasn't the magic airship only able to fly 1,000 kilometers? How could it be enough to fly to the new world?" "That's only for now." Sui smiled. When a magic airship was first developed, it could only fly 300 kilometers away, and its fastest speed was less than 50 kilometers per hour. But now it can fly over 1,000 kilometers, and its fastest speed is over 120 kilometers per hour. At this rate of development, I feel that it will soon break through to an unimaginable level. but it's impossible for it to fly more than 10,000 kilometers in one go. Lumi still didn't believe it. Sui smiled, thinking to himself that it wasn't impossible for a large passenger plane on Earth to fly 10,000 kilometers in one go. And if it was refueled in the air, it would fly even longer. Of course, this required there to be a base that could resupply on the way. Sui looked at the deep sea in the distance. He thought that if he could build countless bases on the endless seas like on Earth, not to mention flying 10,000 kilometers away, he could even cover every part of the planet in theory. In this aspect, the new flyer had already started working on this. Because the Sat Kingdom had blocked the new flight commerce main base on the sea, Sui had strengthened the defenses in this area. He began setting up bases on the various islands on the coast of the Principality of Constantine. After several years of development, the new flyer had already controlled all the islands that were over 500 kilometers away from the new flight commerce main base. If the magic airship took off from the new flight commerce main base, within these 500 kilometers, they could find any island with a base and resupply, which was equal to taking off with full strength. If this range of control was extended to the endless seas, according to the magic airships that Evita sent out to explore the seas, they would find that over 1,000 kilometers away from the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's main base, there were many small and large islands. There were even some large islands that had humans living on them. As long as they control these islands, naturally they could send the new flyer's tentacles deep into the endless seas. If they kept expanding bit by bit, it wasn't impossible for them to cover the entire endless seas. At that time, exploring new continents wouldn't be a problem. Sir Chairman, when you mentioned the magic airship, I suddenly thought of something. Lumi suddenly raised her voice to cut off Suyi's thoughts. What is it? Actually, I have a blueprint for the magic airship that my clansmen designed for the elves in the past, but I forgot it in the Azhara tribe. If you're interested, I can go back and bring it back. I think that after Chief Evita sees this blueprint, it will definitely help her research on the magic airship. Lumi said. Seeing Lumi's expectant look, Sui narrowed his eyes and couldn't help giving a laugh. Although this Lumi didn't seem that different from a little human girl, she was a halfling that had lived for several hundred years. She wasn't a real little girl that didn't care about the world. She had never mentioned that she had the blueprint for the magic airship before, but now she took the initiative to mention it. It was probably because he told her that she could use the magic airship to explore new continents. So, she decided to do this because she saw hope in finding her clansmen. Otherwise, she would have kept hiding it. This Lumi, just how many things is she hiding? Sui couldn't help thinking. But after thinking about it, Sui felt that this wasn't that important. If it was said that he was interested in the legendary invincible magic airships of the elves before, now that the new flyer's magic machine research was progressing by leaps and bounds, he didn't need to be in awe of the so-called magic machines of the signs that had been around for thousands of years. The magic airships that the halflings designed for the elves were said to be invincible, but it was very expensive to build, and it wasn't very practical. Moreover, according to the legends, the main use of the magic airships was in their incomparably strong attack power. If Sui's guesses weren't wrong, the magic airships should have powerful attack spells attached to them. Then they would rely on the powerful magic of the elves to display an incomparably strong might that was close to being invincible. This was completely different from the design direction that Sui had for the magic airships and the military magic machines, so there wasn't much value in using it as a reference. Of course, he didn't reject her. He just nodded and said with a smile, "All right, if we can use the legendary magic airships as a reference, Evita will definitely gain many inspirations." Even if it didn't match the direction of New Flyer's research, Sui still believed that this thing would have some use. Not to mention that Lumi had taken the initiative to mention this, so it wasn't good to reject her good intentions. Seeing that Sui wasn't that enthusiastic, Lumi was a bit disappointed. She gave an "oh" sound and nodded to show that she understood. After chatting with Lumi for a bit, Lumi and the other people from New Flyer who came to send off Narvel's transport fleet took the magic airship back to the Principality of Constantine. Sui drove his magic sedan and left the Black Rice Harbor. After heading east into the Black Rice Wasteland, he turned north and reached the border of the Black Rice Wasteland. When a fresh green appeared in his line of sight, Su-Yi knew that he was about to reach his destination. In front of him was the piece of land that the Moon Shadow tribe requested from the Sac Kingdom. This piece of land was bordered by the Endless Sea to the west and the Black Rice Wasteland to the south, which was equal to digging out a piece of land in the southwest corner of the Sac Kingdom. It was between the Sac Kingdom and the Black Rice Wasteland, making it hard for the Sac Kingdom to invade the Black Rice Wasteland and threaten the Principality of Constantine to the south. When the Sac Kingdom gave this piece of land to the Moon Shadow tribe 2 years ago, this place was as desolate as the Black Rice Wasteland. But now that 2 years had passed, this place had become a green forest that was filled with life. There was an old saying in the signs that there was always green and life under the feet of the elves, which was perfectly reflected in this piece of land. Su-Yi's magic sedan had just arrived at the edge of the forest when a group of fully armed Moon Shadow tribe elves came out. Of course, they were only here to welcome Su-Yi. Although Elder Lysania was very interested in driving the magic car, because of the stubbornness of the elves, the Moon Shadow tribe's territory still had the unique appearance of the elves. The forest was the most primitive place, but there weren't any clear roads. So Su-Yi could only give up on the magic sedan and follow the elves who came to welcome him. This caused him to spend close to an hour before he finally reached the depths of the forest and met Elder Lysania, who he hadn't seen in a long time. Chairman Su, if I remember correctly, this is your first time here since we took over, right? Elder Lysania asked with a smile. You didn't remember wrong. This is indeed my first time here. Su-Yi nodded, but his eyes fell onto Elder Elucia beside Elder Lysania. Elder Elucia, where's Agnes? Chapter 893. Elder Elucia smiled as she looked at Su-Yi. The smile on her face was even more intimate than before. Agnes is waiting for you. Go and see her. All right, Su-Yi replied and didn't chat with the two elders. He was led by a female elf from a Moon Shadow tribe who was in charge of leading the way, entering a large tree house in the tribe's territory. Inside the tree house, Agnes was resting with her eyes closed, but hearing the footsteps outside, she immediately opened her eyes wide and looked at the door with a look of expectation. Seeing Su-Yi walk in, Agnes jumped out of the bed and threw herself into Su-Yi's embrace. Sir Chairman, you finally came to see me. Su-Yi rolled his eyes. I wanted to see you a long time ago, but Elder Lysania and Elder Elucia didn't let me. Agnes giggled. Don't blame the elders, they just wanted me to safely give birth to this child. Hearing Agnes mention the child, Su-Yi looked around, but he didn't see anyone else in the room. Where's the child? The elders said that the child situation is still unstable, so they've been keeping him in the Moon Well for observation. Agnes replied. Unstable? What's going on? Su-Yi was a bit curious and a bit worried. This was his and Agnes' first child, so it had a very important meaning. If something happened, the consequences would be very serious. Seeing Su-Yi's nervous face, Agnes happily shook her head. It's fine, it's not a big problem. It's just that the elders place too much importance on him, so they're very careful with him. Him? It's a boy. Su-Yi keenly noticed this. It's a very beautiful boy. He looks very much like you. Agnes said with a smile. How could he be beautiful if he looks like me? He's only beautiful if he looks like you. Su-Yi laughed. Actually, a week ago, when he received Elder Lysania's notice that Agnes and his child had been safely born, he still felt that it was unreal. Although Agnes had left him for a year and a half, and he had guessed that Agnes was pregnant with his child, when he found out that Agnes had really given birth to this child, he still felt that it was a bit strange. According to what Elder Lysania and Elder Elucia said, this was the first time in the history of the signs that both sides, especially the elves, had acknowledged this union between a human and an elf. The other side of this union happened to be Su-Yi himself. Let's go see the child together. Su-Yi suggested. Sure, but we have to inform the elders first. Agnes' hand with Su-Yi and Elder Elucia and Elder Lysania. The four of them went into the depths of the tribe and came to the Moon Well in the center of the tribe. On the surface of the moon, well, that was sparkling with starlight, there was a small wooden basin that was gently floating in the wind. In the wooden basin, there was a baby that looked no different from a human baby lying inside. His eyes were closed, and he looked like he was peacefully sleeping. "This is our child? Why can't I see any elven characteristics?" Sui asked in a curious voice. Elder Lysania and Elder Alucia on the side looked at each other with a helpless expression. "There's no other way. The genetic characteristics of you humans are too obvious. According to the tribe's records, as long as another race marries a human, the child born will always look more and more like a human. Us elves aren't that different from humans to begin with, so the half-elves left after marrying a human will naturally look more like a human. Of course, there are still some differences." Elder Alucia waved her hand, and a gentle breeze appeared, blowing the wooden basin in their direction. When the wooden basin floated over, Elder Alucia picked up the baby and raised it in front of Sui. "Look, his ears and eyes still have the clear elven characteristics. If you look carefully, you'll be able to see the difference between him and a human." Sui looked carefully and found that the baby's ears were much sharper than a normal human's. Although it wasn't as sharp as a normal elf's ears, it was still very easy to see the difference between him and a normal human's ears. Other than that, his eyes were very bright. His pupils didn't inherit Suyi's pure black, but rather a deep blue color. It made people who saw it couldn't help praising it as beautiful. Of course, the most obvious difference was that his pupils weren't round like a normal human's, but rather an oval shape. There were lines around it, clearly different from a human's. Sui turned to seriously look at Agnes, Elder Alucia, and Elder Lysania beside him. He found that their pupils were also oval, but they were a bit flatter. Looking at it like this, Elder Lysania's words weren't wrong at all. Compared to the other races of signs, the genes of humans were a bit stronger. If they combined with humans, the genes of the other races would be fused bit by bit until they disappeared. Perhaps this is the reason why Signs is still ruled by humans? Sui guessed in his heart. Gidge. The sleeping baby suddenly opened his eyes, but he didn't cry. Instead, he looked at Sui with wide eyes before letting out a crisp laugh. He reached out his little arms to Sui. Sui couldn't help being happy as he reached out to hug him. It seems like he knows who his father is. Our elven children are born with a special ability to sense everything in the nature around them. They can easily sense the aura of the people around them. Perhaps he inherited this and recognized that you have the same aura as him. Elder Lysania said. "Oh, then that really is good." Sui played with the child for a bit before giving him to Agnes to hold. He turned to look at Elder Alucia and Elder Lysania. The two elders looked at each other before nodding, indicating for Sui to follow. The three of them sat down in a tree house beside the moon well and didn't let the other elves follow them. Chairman Sui, regarding the arrangements for this child, you should already know, right? After the three of them sat down, Elder Lysania spoke. "I know, but I don't agree with this arrangement," Sui said in a deep voice. "What?" Elder Lysania asked in surprise. "Because he is my child, so of course he has to live with me. If I leave him to grow up in your elven tribe, then wouldn't I be too irresponsible as a father? That shouldn't be a problem," Elder Alucia said. "Although the child will grow up in our tribe, it won't be far from the new flyer. You can come and see him whenever you want. I don't think it will affect anything. I've said it before, he is my child, so he has to live with me. Also, Agnes is my wife, so she should live with me for a long time." Sui paused before continuing. "Before you told me that Agnes' body needed to be adjusted and I didn't understand the elves' bodies that well, so I gave her to you. But I never thought that you would make it so that I couldn't see her for a year and a half. I'm very dissatisfied with this. So this child, I won't give it to you no matter what." Seeing Sui's serious expression, Elder Alucia and Elder Lysania couldn't help knitting their brows. They had known Sui for a long time and had interacted with him many times. So of course they knew that it was rare for Sui to have this kind of expression. But once he had this kind of expression, it meant that he had already made his decision and it was hard to change. After a bit of silence, Elder Lysania said in a deep voice, Chairman Sue, I think you should know why we made this arrangement. This is a matter that benefits both of us, so why are you being so stubborn? It benefits both sides, but it is bad for the child and bad for Agnes, so I can't accept it. Sue, he still had a calm expression. Elder Lysania, Elder Lucia, of course I understand your intentions. You just want to use this child to strengthen the relationship between us humans and the elves, making it easier for both sides to cooperate in the future, right? That's right. This child represents the first step for us elves and humans, so we have to attach importance to it. Elder Lysania said, with a serious expression. But attaching importance to it doesn't mean that we have to keep him in your elven tribe, right? So he asked back, actually, Elder Lysania, you don't have confidence in your elves, and you don't have confidence in us humans. Could it be that you haven't noticed that after all these years of contact, at least the elves of your two tribes have already smoothly merged with us humans? Elder Lysania and Elder Lucia looked at each other and fell into silence. After thinking for a bit, they nodded. And I have to admit, at least in the Principality of Constantine, the Lampari Kingdom, the Kingdom of Ruhr, and the surrounding countries, the humans and elves have already gotten along very well, and there isn't much of a gap between us. Then do you know why? Sue then asked. Why? It should be because they're used to it. This is part of the reason, but it isn't the most important. Sue turned to look at Elder Alicia. Elder Alicia, do you still remember what I said to you at the beginning? I said that we humans are a race that values benefits greatly. As long as the other party can bring us benefits, it doesn't matter what race they are. And you did say that. Elder Alicia nodded. You see, the current situation perfectly reflects this point. The most important reason why the humans of these countries can get along well with the elves of your two clans is that you can bring them benefits and benefits. Let's give a simple and direct example. That is fertilizer. Elder Lysania, just by relying on fertilizer, your Moon Shadow tribe is enough to gain a foothold in the human world. Elder Lysania was silent for a moment before nodding. Chairman Sue is right. With fertilizer, we can even establish contact with the Malar Empire, Kamla Empire, and even further human countries. And when discussing matters related to fertilizer, these humans have never looked at us differently, because we are elves. Speaking to here, Elder Lysania glanced at Sue with a mocking smile. So when discussing business with those cunning human merchants, we have suffered a lot because of this. That has nothing to do with me. Sue spread his hands. In short, what I mean is that as long as you elves can show your value, then you don't need to worry about getting along with humans. Even without fertilizer, there is the plastic industry of the Night Song tribe, as well as the landscaping industry that you're cooperating with the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, as well as the natural beauty series that you are cooperating with the New Moon Chamber of Commerce. With these unique things, you don't need to rely on a baby to maintain contact with humans. The two elders were silent for a while before Elder Alicia let out a sigh. Chairman Sue, could it be that you still don't understand? The reason we need this child is purely to maintain a good relationship with you. Chapter 894. If it's this reason, then there's even less need to worry. Sue revealed a faint smile and took out a document from his chest. Elder Lysania received it in confusion. She opened the document and looked over it with Elder Alicia, letting out a surprised cry at the same time. Chairman Sue, are you serious? Elder Lysania raised her head and asked Sue in surprise. You're actually willing to transfer a portion of the military magic machine technology to us? Of course I'm serious. Sue nodded. Look, there is my signature at the bottom of this transfer agreement. As long as you sign your names, this agreement will officially take effect. Elder Alicia, Elder Lysania, look over the agreement. If you're willing to accept it, how about you sign it? Elder Alicia and Elder Lysania were still in disbelief. They picked up the military magic machine technology transfer agreement and seriously looked over it. After a full half an hour, they finally finished reading it in detail. After thinking for a while, Elder Lysania cleared her throat and asked, Chairman Sue, this agreement only states that your new flyer will transfer the military magic machine technology to us, but it doesn't state the price we should pay. I'm afraid This isn't right, right? Because the price I want you to pay isn't suitable to be written in this agreement. Sui revealed a faint smile. Under the surprised gazes of the two elders, he walked out of the treehouse and pulled Agnes, who was holding the child, by the moon well in. Elder Alicia, according to the rules of us humans, when marrying a wife, you have to give some things to the wife's family as a betrothal gift. After Agnes married me, I didn't think of this, and that was my negligence. Now I'll use the things written in the agreement as a betrothal gift. What do you think? Elder Alicia looked at Sue in surprise, and then looked at Agnes. Finally, she looked down at the agreement in her hand and took a deep breath before saying with a sigh, Chairman Sue, the rules of you humans really make people feel uncomfortable. But, all right, Agnes is already married to you, so she will live and die with you. She is your life partner, so it's normal for you to do anything for her, so I'll accept it. Many thanks for Elder's help. Sue gave Elder Alicia a serious bow. Chairman Sue, could it be that this agreement is only for the Night Song tribe? Elder Lasagna on the side suddenly asked in a deep voice. Sue smiled and turned to give Elder Lasagna a serious bow. He said in a serious tone, Elder Lasagna, after being together with Tvisty for a while, I have deep feelings for her. I hope that I can be with her forever to be together with her. So I'm asking you to allow her to be with me until the end. Hearing Sue Yi's words, the three elves in the room were all stunned. Elder Lasagna was stunned for a bit before asking back in disbelief, Chairman Sue, you want Tvisty to marry you? I'm very interested in this, Sue said with a nod. This. Elder Lasagna rarely showed a trace of panic, but after calming herself down, she felt very happy. She arranged for Tvisty to be by Sue Yi's side because of this. All right, I agree. Elder Lasagna was a very straightforward elf who didn't drag things out. Seeing that Sue Yi's request was to her liking, she immediately agreed. So this agreement can be considered your betrothal gift for Tvisty? Elder Lasagna raised the military magic machine technology transfer agreement in her hand. That's right. Elder Lasagna looked at the confused Agnes and couldn't help laughing. She shook her head and said with a sigh, Chairman Sue, you really are willing to pay a price for Agnes. Sue immediately said with a serious face, I just said it. Agnes is my wife, and the one she's holding right now is my son, my closest relative. For them, no matter how much I pay, it's worth it. As for Tvisty, I really like her, and there's no other reason. Is that so? Elder Lasagna looked at Sue with a deep gaze, but she didn't say anything else. Elder Alicia was silent for a bit before pulling Agnes out. It was clear she had something to say to Agnes. When there was only Sue and Elder Lasagna left in the room, Elder Lasagna gave a soft laugh. She reached out to tap on the contract, and a faint red, glowing mark appeared at the end, representing that she had signed the contract. Chairman Sue, you're letting us elves have powerful weapons like the military magic machines. Aren't you worried that other humans will see you as a traitor? Elder Lasagna suddenly asked. In the history of humans, there have been more killings of humans than of other races. Even now, the signs are still at war with each other. So to me, there isn't much difference between humans and other races. The only thing that decides what I do is my relationship with them. Sue replied. Then if we have a conflict with other humans in the future, or even a war, which side will you stand on? Elder Lasagna kept asking. If I said that I would stand on the side of justice, would you believe me? Sue asked back. Even if I believed it, would you believe it yourself? Elder Lasagna gave a tit for tat question. Sue was silent for a bit before suddenly revealing a smile and saying with a shrug, We'll talk about it when the time comes. Speaking of conflicts between elves and humans, Elder Lasagna, have there been any movements from the Sack Kingdom recently? Yes. Just last month, the Sack Kingdom Spirit Turtle Regiment tried to invade this territory, but they were defeated in the end. Oh, did they make any special movements? Sue kept asking. There weren't any special movements, but there were some things worth paying attention to. Elder Lasagna had Sue wait before turning to look in the cabinet in the treehouse. Finally, she took out a few pieces of paper for Sue. Sue took it and found that it was a few drawings. The pictures on the paper looked a bit familiar. Don't you find it familiar? These are the military magic machines developed by the Sack Kingdom. He looked over the drawings in his hand and gave a cold laugh. Hey, the outer appearance is quite similar, but I don't know if the core is the same. According to the reports from the clansmen who clashed with the Spirit Turtle Regiment, although the military magic machines of the Sack Kingdom can't compare to the military magic machines of your new flyer, they are much stronger than normal weapons. At least they have half the power of your new flyer's military magic machines. Only half. He stroked his chin before curling his lips in disdain. To think that I purposely revealed so much confidential information to them. In the end, they could only develop these lousy things. How disappointing. I say, Chairman Su, I never understood. You clearly found the spies the Sack Kingdom placed in your company, so you could have avoided this situation. Why didn't you do this and deliberately give them some information? If that's the case, why don't you just give us the precious information? Elder Lasagna said with a hint of resentment in her voice. There was a trace of resentment in Elder Song's voice. I was hoping that after the Sack Kingdom received this information, they would work hard to develop something that even our new flyer couldn't develop. But now it seems like they really are lacking. Isn't that certain? Elder Lasagna asked with a strange expression. Elder Song's face was filled with a strange look. Chairman Su, you've always said to me that creating a complete industrial system requires very complicated steps. To promote the development of any technology, it has to be based on deep research. It can't appear out of thin air. But now you're hoping that the Sack Kingdom can develop something that even your new flyer couldn't develop without any foundation. Isn't this too much of a fool's dream? He said with a bitter smile. This is my wishful thinking from a few years ago because I felt that the magic machine industry was a new thing, so there might be many magic that I didn't know existed. So other people might have innovations that we didn't have. But now facts have proven that the basic laws of science are applicable everywhere. Then what do you want to do now? Keep having expectations for the Sack Kingdom? No need. He shook his head. My thoughts are different from before. It's not reliable to rely on others, and it's also a kind of lazy thinking. The most reliable thing is to take things one step at a time. So, Elder Lasagna, when we go back this time, I'll send 500 guards to help you drive away the Sack Kingdom Spirit Turtle Regiment. That's great. Elder Lasagna immediately smiled happily. Elder Lasagna revealed a happy smile. This Spirit Turtle Regiment staying here has a large effect on the plants we plant, which indirectly affects the speed of our fertilizer production. I've already wanted to drive them away. Actually, if you take out the fertilizer as a threat, I think that the Sack Kingdom will obediently withdraw the Spirit Turtle Regiment. He said, I don't want to do this. The fertilizer is a normal product of our Moon Shadow tribe. It's not something that can be used to threaten others. Elder Lasagna shook her head. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. Actually, there were many times when fertilizer was an important commodity to the people, so the threat it brought was even more terrifying than an army. Of course, the premise was that you had to have the strength to defend it. Chapter 895. As the core product of the Moon Shadow tribe, fertilizer was something that could significantly increase the yield of crops. Naturally, it was well received and warmly welcomed by all the countries. For the fertilizer processing factory under the Moon Shadow tribe, what they worried about was not how to sell, but the yield. Every year, when the harvest season approached, all the surrounding countries would cast covetous eyes on the fertilizer of the Moon Shadow tribe. They would strive to obtain a larger share to increase the yield of their own country. And this year, in the list of countries that were vying for it, the Colossus Kamla Empire had appeared. Although the Malar Empire had only come into contact with fertilizer last autumn, the data from this year's spring harvest immediately made the nobles of the Malar Empire develop a strong thirst for fertilizer. Seeing that they were about to enter the most important harvest season of autumn, the Lampari Kingdom led the southwest of the signs. Other than actively preparing for the harvest, they were also striving to obtain more fertilizer from the hands of the Moon Shadow tribe. The Kamla Empire also did not let go of this opportunity. With Marquis of Southgard as the representative of some nobles of the Malar Empire, they immediately placed an astonishing order of up to 30,000 tons of fertilizer from the Moonshadow tribe. This enormous order was comparable to all the orders of the Lampari kingdom. Although the Moonshadow tribe had made preparations this year, they could only accept a mere 100,000 tons of fertilizer. Therefore, how to allocate the quota was a difficult problem for the elves. Fortunately, the elves had always been known for their stubbornness. Elder Lysania directly gave the reason that they had agreed on before and gave priority to the supply of fertilizer to the Lampari kingdom and the Principality of Constantine. As for the other countries, there was a slight decrease compared to previous years. As for the Malar Empire, in the end, they only accepted 10,000 tons of fertilizer, which was forcefully squeezed out from the orders of the other countries. This result undoubtedly caused the Lampari kingdom and the other countries outside of the Principality of Constantine to be dissatisfied, but because the fertilizer was exclusively supplied by the Moonshadow tribe, they could do nothing. Of course, they couldn't maintain this state forever. Therefore, Su-Yi pulled strings to build bridges. The Moonshadow tribe and several nobles in the Lampari kingdom signed a raw material supply agreement. They would plant fertilizers and fodder in the private territories of these nobles, greatly increasing the raw material supply. At the same time, the Moonshadow tribe would also build 3 fertilizer factories in the Lampari kingdom and the Principality of Constantine. According to the estimates, after the 3 fertilizer factories were completed and put into production next year, the Moonshadow tribe's total fertilizer production would more than double. It would be enough to satisfy the needs of the nearby countries, and at the same time, there would be some surplus for other buyers. However, according to Su-Yi's estimation, this was still far from enough. Other things aside, just the Malar Empire's demand for chemical fertilizers would be enormous. The Malar Empire was twice the size of the southwest countries added together, so their demand for chemical fertilizers would be at least double. Even if the Moonshadow tribe could barely satisfy the needs of the surrounding countries, it still couldn't satisfy the Malar Empire. Not to mention that the Kamla Empire would have a large demand for chemical fertilizers in the future, as well as the other countries on the continent. Compared to the Moonshadow tribe's current output, the Sign's demand for chemical fertilizers in the future was like a bottomless pit. As for this problem, Su-Yi didn't have a way to solve it. Although the Moonshadow tribe was the largest of the 3 elven tribes he met, their total population didn't even surpass 4,000. Even if a fertilizer factory used the automatic production magic machines developed by New Flyer to make the fertilizer, they would need at least 500 people. Even if all the elves in the Moonshadow tribe were added in, at most they could support 6 fertilizer factories. The annual fertilizer production would barely surpass 500,000 tons, which was far from being enough to satisfy their needs. Of course, it wasn't right to say that there was no way to solve this problem. But the key to this problem that couldn't be solved was that Elder Lysania insisted that the fertilizer factory was controlled by the Moonshadow tribe's elves, not allowing outsiders to participate. Su-Yi had suggested to Elder Lysania before that they could recruit some human workers to the factory. This would free up the Moonshadow tribe's elves and let them focus on management, while also expanding the production, but she had rejected him. Elder Lysania's attitude was firm, and Su-Yi couldn't persuade her anymore, so he could only let her do as she wished. But Su-Yi believed that as the Moonshadow tribe's demand for chemical fertilizers kept increasing, Elder Lysania would eventually compromise because of this fact. At the end of the day, even the stubborn and inflexible elves would be tempted by such a huge and tempting profit. A very typical example was the Nightsong tribe. Perhaps it was because they had cooperated with Su-Yi and New Flyer earlier, or perhaps it was because Elder Alicia was also an elf, but she was far more flexible than many elves. Or perhaps it was because the Nightsong tribe's population was far less than the Moonshadow tribes, and they had always been facing a very serious survival problem, which caused Elder Alicia to often not adhere to some so-called principles. In short, when the Nightsong tribe encountered a similar development bottleneck, Elder Alicia didn't hesitate and accepted Su-Yi's suggestion to cooperate with humans. The Nightsong tribe's main business had always been related to plastics. At the very beginning, The Nightsong tribe had only picked up a small plastic processing workshop in the falling rainforest that couldn't even be considered a factory. The first time they received an order other than New Flyer, it was an insignificant 200 plastic clothes hangers from an ordinary clothing store. The total amount of the order was a trifling 10 gold coins. And as plastic products continued to become more popular, the Nightsong tribe's plastic processing factory received more and more orders for plastic products. Very quickly, Elder Alicia discovered that the Nightsong tribe's manpower couldn't meet such a huge demand, so she decisively accepted Su Yi's suggestion and started to set up a Nightsong Chamber of Commerce in the Lampari Kingdom under the name of the Elves. Then, through the name of this official Chamber of Commerce, she recruited humans to work in the Nightsong tribe's plastic processing factory. Although the Lampari Kingdom situation was turbulent and the Nightsong Chamber of Commerce was affected, they still steadily developed and strengthened. Now, the Nightsong tribe had 7 plastic processing factories in the Lampari Kingdom. Apart from the most important factory managers and treasurers who were elves of the Nightsong tribe, the rest of the employees were all humans. In the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Drake Duchy, the Nightsong tribe also invested and built 3 plastic processing factories. Even in the plastic processing factory in the Drake Duchy, Elder Alicia only sent an elf to manage the finances and left the rest to the human employees. Under this bold strategy, although there were unavoidable cases where the human employees tried to cheat, but overall, the Nightsong tribe's business developed very quickly. Now, just based on the income of the plastic processing factories, the Nightsong tribe earned over 2 million gold coins a year. It even surpassed the annual income of the Moonshadow tribe. Moreover, other than recruiting human workers, Elder Alicia had sent the female elf Dalil to Su Yi's side to learn human business from Su Yi. Now that she had successfully integrated herself into the human merchant circle, she could even do some business on her own. For example, when the New Flyer was invited by the Kamla Empire's Prince Frank to invest in a magic car factory in the Kamla Empire, stopping a group of Lampari Kingdom companies from investing, Su Yi hadn't even contacted Dalil before she came to find him. Chairman Su, our Kamla Empire's market is very important to our Nightsong Chamber of Commerce. If possible, I hope that I can go to the Kamla Empire with you and try to invest in a plastic processing factory in the Kamla Empire that belongs to our Nightsong tribe. Dalil looked at Su Yi and spoke in a sincere voice. It's good that you have this idea, but Su Yi reached out a finger to point at Dalil. For an elf like you to suddenly appear in front of the people of the Kamla Empire, don't you think it's too sudden? The people of the Kamla Empire aren't like the people of the surrounding countries. They're already used to the appearance of you elves. That won't be a problem. Dalil smiled. Dalil said with a faint smile, Chairman Su, you've always had us elves boldly appear in front of the humans. That way it would be easier for the humans to accept us. I think that since the people of the surrounding countries have already accepted us, then the people of the Kamla Empire will also accept us. Seeing the confident smile on Dalil's face, Su Yi couldn't help but nod in praise. Okay, since you have this confidence, then I can take you with me. But how to convince the people of the Kamla Empire to accept you and agree to let your Nightsong tribe invest in a factory is all up to you. Okay, that's not a problem. Seeing the confident and energetic Dalil, Su Yi couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the elves of every elf tribe were greatly influenced by the elders of the tribe. Many elves of the Moonshadow tribe had followed Su Yi for a while, but none of them could learn the self-confidence and spirit that Su Yi valued the most like Dalil. Otherwise, with the Moonshadow tribe having far more people than the Nightsong tribe and having the most powerful fertilizer product, their scale of development would have far surpassed the Nightsong tribe. Chapter 896. A week later, a large motorcade passed the border between the Norton Duchy and the Kamla Empire. After driving for 3 hours on the only road in the southwest province of the Kamla Empire that had just been completed last month, the motorcade arrived at the capital of the southwest province, which was also where the governor's manor was located, Canberra City. The motorcade didn't enter Canberra City. Rather, they stopped in an open space outside the city. Although this was the suburbs outside the city walls, Canberra City was a large city like the capital of a province, so it was still very lively. There were many people, and the sounds of hawking could be heard, making it seem even more lively than many small cities. He stopped the magic sedan and came out of the driver's seat. He found that the surrounding people only looked at the motorcade they were in before looking away. They didn't seem very curious, and they didn't seem surprised by something new. The people of Canberra City have seen magic cars many times, so they aren't surprised. Chairman Cruz on the side explained. He explained on the side. Actually, it isn't just magic cars. The people here have already seen many household magic machines. You don't need to expect them to be as curious as when they first saw them. No, I didn't expect this. But it's a bit strange. Since the people of the Kamla Empire have already seen these household magic machines, why isn't there a high demand for these things? He said with knit brows. Who told you that their demand isn't high? Chairman Cruz rolled his eyes at before pointing to the right. Look at what's there. He looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a rather large stall on the side. There was a crowd around it, and it looked very lively. What is that for? When was confused, there was a cheer that came from the crowd. There was a person who tightly held something in his hands as he turned to run, as if he was afraid that someone would steal the thing in his hands. He looked at it and found that the treasure-like thing in his chest was an old-fashioned magic fan. He was instantly stunned. It's just an old magic fan. Is there a need for him to be like this? Because this is a second-hand model. It's relatively cheap. It's not easy to get one. President Cruz shrugged. Now that the weather is so hot, this thing is very popular. For a normal person like this, if they had a magic fan, that would be a life-saving thing. He frowned, still puzzled. The latest Shinfei brand magic fan only costs 3 gold coins and 50 silver coins. It isn't that expensive. Why would they want to steal an old magic fan that is about to be eliminated? President Cruz glanced at shook his head, and sighed. I think you've been separated from the world of ordinary people for too long. You've already forgotten the most important issue. Do you think 3 gold coins and 50 silver coins are a small amount for these ordinary people who can barely afford to eat their fill? He was instantly speechless. It wasn't that he had been separated from the world of ordinary people for too long, like President Cruz said. Rather, it was because he no longer had the concept of normal people not being able to afford a magic fan. Whether it was the Principality of Constantine or the Lampari Kingdom, for the citizens of these two countries, as long as they weren't lazy, they could easily find a job that earned at least 10 gold coins a month. For a family of several people, putting aside their basic necessities, there was no pressure in taking out a few silver coins to buy a magic fan. But this was only limited to the Principality of Constantine and the Lampari Kingdom, because the magic machine industry driven by the new flyer developed the best in these two countries. There were all kinds of magic machine factories in these two countries. There was a large demand for labor, so it was easy for anyone to find a good job. But other than this, even if the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Drake Duchy developed their magic machine industries, they were still a bit inferior. Compared to them, the Sack Kingdom was even worse, because their relationship with the Lampari Kingdom and the New Flyer was very tense. The magic machine industry in the Sack Kingdom couldn't develop at all. But compared to the Kamla Empire, it was much better. Even if the Kamla Empire was one of the two Signs empires and their overall national strength was second to none, if they were to compare the living conditions of the citizens, it wasn't much better than the Lampari Kingdom of 7-8 years ago. These citizens that lived near the capital of the Kamla Empire's southwest province, Canberra City, were all worried about their livelihood. Of course, it was impossible for them to take out a few gold coins to buy a magic fan. Then what is going on with these old magic fans? Although they don't seem like our company's magic fans, they still cost 1 or 2 gold coins, right? He asked. You have to ask Chairman Doyer and the others about this. He turned his head and looked at Chairman Doyer, who happened to be beside him. Chairman Doyer gave a dry laugh before awkwardly scratching his head and saying, "This. After we came to the Kamla Empire, we found that the people here have never seen household magic machines before. They also think that the newest household magic machines are too expensive, so we just sold them the old household magic machines that have been eliminated before. Since they're very satisfied, I don't think there's a problem with this. Su immediately understood. After all this time, after the Kamla Empire and the Lampari Kingdom signed the trade agreement, the Lampari Kingdom merchants actually collected the old household magic machines that had been eliminated in the Lampari Kingdom and brought them to the Kamla Empire to sell. Su-yi felt that this was a very deceptive method, but it was in line with the current situation of the Kamla Empire, which made him a bit speechless. This can be considered benefiting the citizens of the Kandra Empire. Chairman Doyer kept saying with a smile. Chairman Doyer said with a smile, "Anyway, they can't afford the new models, and the old models are much cheaper. For example, the magic fan that person just bought, it doesn't even cost 1 gold coin, so of course they welcome it." 1 gold coin per unit? What was the price when you bought it from the Lampari Kingdom? Su-yi asked. Chairman Doyer's expression became even more awkward. After hesitating for a bit, he came closer to Su-yi and replied in a low voice. "We learned from Chairman Su's new flyer, using the old ones to exchange for the new ones. The actual cost, 1 unit is around, less than 20 silver coins." Su-yi couldn't help rolling his eyes. Less than 20 silver coins for 1 unit? This was because in the new trade agreement between the Lampari Kingdom and the Kamla Empire, the tariff on magic machines had been reduced the most. So even if they sold the old magic fan for 1 gold coin, they would only have to pay 10 silver coins for it. Adding in the cost of transportation, the cost of a single magic fan was less than 40 silver coins. Now that they had sold it for close to 1 gold coin, they could at least get close to half a gold coin. No, Chairman Su, we are concentrating on the merchants here and letting them sell it. So the price we sell it for is far less than 1 gold coin. Chairman Doyer quickly waved his hand to plead innocence. Then what about the profit you made from the new batch of magic fans? Su-yi rolled his eyes at him. Hey, Chairman Su, isn't this something I learned from you? Chairman Doyer said with a smile. Su-yi waved his hand. All right, I don't care about this matter. But I need to remind you that reputation is something that is hard to establish and very easy to break. The household magic machines have just entered the Kamla Empire, so they need to establish their reputation and leave a good impression on the people of the Kamla Empire. At this time, it's best not to use this kind of inferior product to fool people. Otherwise, once you leave a bad impression, if you want to turn it around in the future, you will need to work harder than you can imagine. Chairman Doyer knit his brows, disapproving of Su-yi's words. But he didn't refute Su-yi to his face. He just smiled and left. Hey, Su-yi, you shouldn't waste your saliva. How could these small merchants have such long-term vision? They clearly want to earn as much as they can. They don't care about reputation or the development of the industry at all. These things, perhaps only a freak like you would keep them in your heart. When Chairman Doyer walked away, Chairman Cruz said with a laugh. Su-yi gave a cold snort. I don't believe that you haven't thought of these problems. Otherwise, your company wouldn't have placed so much importance on the apartments outside Canberra City, right? Chairman Cruz gave a shrug. I'm not a small merchant that doesn't have any experience and doesn't have eyes. Su-yi couldn't help laughing. He thought that Chairman Cruz's face was becoming thicker and thicker. But he wasn't wrong. Compared to Chairman Doyer, who came from a small company, Chairman Cruz had seen many big things over the years, and his eyes were far from what a normal merchant could compare to. Moreover, he had been influenced by Su-yi, so he was used to looking into the long term. Naturally, he wouldn't harm the large benefits he could obtain in the future for a tiny bit of profit. But when it comes to importance, compared to this apartment, I still place more importance on the road. Chairman Cruz turned to Su-yi and asked seriously, what do you think? How confident are you in convincing the Kamla Empire to build a large number of roads this time? Su-yi blinked, convincing Prince Frank and the southern province, at least 90%. But convincing the entire Kamla Empire doesn't exceed 30%. Chairman Cruz was startled. Why? Su-yi gave a bitter smile. It can't be helped because the Kamla Empire is too big. Chapter 897. While Su, E, and Chairman Cruz were discussing, the other merchants from the Lampari Kingdom weren't idle either. In fact, among the companies that the Lampari Kingdom had sent to the Kamla Empire to look for investment opportunities, many of them had already come to the Kamla Empire several times. Coming from the Lampari Kingdom, the first place they came into contact with after entering the Kamla Empire was the southwest province of the Kamla Empire, so these companies were naturally the most familiar with them. Among the companies that came, most of them were transporting large amounts of goods from the Lampari Kingdom to be sold here. Other than the household magic machines that the Kamla Empire hadn't produced yet, there were also many other products that relied on the magic machine industry. For example, the Armani Chamber of Commerce's cheap clothes. It wasn't only Hafra that wanted to ship them to the Kamla Empire to sell. In the capital of the southwest province, Canberra City, clothes from the Lampari Kingdom had already become the most popular thing for the citizens of Canberra City. In the outskirts of the city, if one looked carefully, they would find that many people passing by were wearing clothes made by the Armani Chamber of Commerce. Of course, not only were these clothes cheap, the workmanship was also good. Although the material couldn't be compared to the silk clothes, it felt very soft and comfortable when worn on the body and in the hands. It wasn't much worse than the high-end clothes worn by the nobles and merchants that cost hundreds of gold coins each. The most important thing was that although these clothes were cheap, the style was very good. It didn't give off a cheap feeling when worn, so naturally it was loved by the people. This was especially true for the women who loved to look pretty. They didn't have the conditions before and couldn't afford to wear expensive clothes. Now that they had cheap and good-looking clothes to wear, how could they let it go? Before coming here, he had obtained some rough data from the Armani Chamber of Commerce. It was said that the Armani Chamber of Commerce relied on selling these low-end clothes to the Kamla Empire and earn a net profit of over 200,000 gold coins in less than 3 months. And this was in a situation where they hadn't completely opened the Kamla Empire market. If they could sell these low-end clothes to the entire Kamla Empire, it wouldn't be a problem to multiply this net profit by 10. It was also because of this that the Armani Chamber of Commerce had sent a representative to come with Su E. If they could reach an agreement, the Armani Chamber of Commerce would invest in a clothing processing factory in the southwest province of the Kamla Empire, specializing in producing these low-end clothes. Not only could they avoid tariffs, they could also save on transportation costs. Of course, it would greatly increase their profits. Of course, the representatives of the various companies that came with Su E all had this idea. Even a Night Song Chamber of Commerce's representative, Dalil, had the same idea. As an elf, Dalil was naturally very conspicuous in this caravan, made up entirely of humans. And she didn't avoid this at all. After the caravan stopped, she ran around the market in the outskirts of Canberra City, talking to the various vendors and customers. It was as if she didn't see the shocked gazes of those people. When the merchants in the motorcade finished taking care of their goods, Dalil came back to Su Yi's side with a thick book in her hand with an excited look. She also held a plastic basin and a plastic water bottle in her hands. Seeing Su Yi's questioning gaze, she proudly raised these two things. These are all produced by our Night Song Chamber of Commerce. Nonsense. Of course I know these are produced by your Night Song Chamber of Commerce. Other than your Chamber of Commerce, no other Chamber of Commerce can produce plastic products. Su, he said in a bad mood. What I want to ask is, why did you bring these two things back after taking a stroll? Don't tell me you don't produce enough. I'm doing market research. I just asked a lot of people, and they all said that these plastic basins and water bottles are very light and easy to use. They also don't rust easily and are much better than the metal basins they used before. But they also raised some small problems, and I recorded them down. I'll think about how to improve them when I go back. Oh, Dalil, you're not bad. You actually learned how to do market research and can improve the products at any time. Very good. If you continue to maintain this attitude, your Night Song Chamber of Commerce will definitely become stronger. Su, he couldn't help praising. Dalil giggled. Thank you, Chairman Su, for your praise. We will definitely work harder. After saying this, she raised the plastic basin and water bottle in her hands again. Our tribe can have such good living conditions because of these things. If we don't make them better, of course we can't. Su, he laughed and thought that compared to the Night Song tribe, the Moon Shadow tribe's weakness was that they didn't completely put down their elven pride and carefully listen to other people's opinions. If the Moon Shadow tribe could also have this attitude, then their development would be much easier than the Night Song tribe. Just as he was about to say a few words to Delil, a carriage suddenly drove out from the south gate of Canberra City and stopped where the motorcade was. The door of the carriage opened, and a young man in his 30s jumped down from it. He looked around, and his eyes locked on a Chairman Cruz next to Sue E. as he walked over. "Viscount Tyrell, are you here to welcome us?" Before he got close, Chairman Cruz waved his hand to greet him. The young man called Viscount Tyrell revealed a friendly smile and nodded in response. His eyes then fell onto Sue E., who was standing very close to Chairman Cruz. "If I'm not wrong, this should be the new Flyers chairman, Sue, right?" Sue E. reached his hand out to him with a faint smile. "Hello, Viscount Tyrell. I am Sue." Viscount Tyrell reached out to softly shake Sue Ye's hand. "Chairman Sue has come from afar. It's been hard on you." After saying this, he turned to Chairman Cruz. "Where are the other representatives of your Lampari Kingdom companies?" "They're all here." "Viscount Tyrell, can we see the Lord Governor now?" Chairman Cruz asked back. "Since they're all here, then let's not waste any time. Come with me to see the Lord Governor." Viscount Tyrell nodded. The group packed up a bit before heading into Canberra City in their magic sedans. Viscount Tyrell had come out of the city in a horse carriage to welcome them, but when he entered the city, he said that he wanted to be their guide. He squeezed into the magic sedan that Sue E. and Chairman Cruz were in. When the magic sedan drove through the streets of Canberra City, Viscount Tyrell suddenly patted the seat under him and said with a sigh, "When I went to Wimbledon City last time, I was lucky enough to ride in Count Merlot's new magic sedan. I felt that the magic sedan was much better than the old horse carriages back then. It was a pity that there was no place in Canberra City that sold magic sedans, and it wasn't convenient to buy one from Wimbledon City." Sue E. and Chairman Cruz looked at each other with smiles. Sue E. replied, "If the Lord Governor agrees, our new flyer hopes that we can open a magic car sale center in Canberra City. If Viscount Tyrell is interested, you can buy anything from the sales center. Is that so?" Viscount Tyrell turned to look at Sue E. before nodding with a faint smile. "If it's like this, of course it's very good. But according to what I know, just a single sales center is far from enough, right? The maintenance of the magic car is also very important. Chairman Sue, does your new flyer have any plans for this?" "Everything depends on the results of our discussion with the Lord Governor," Sue E. said. Viscount Tyrell gave an "oh" sound and didn't ask anything else. After around 10 minutes, the magic sedan arrived at the Governor Manor in the center of Canberra City's north side. As the seat of the Kamla Empire's Southwest Province's Governor Manor, Canberra City's area was comparable to the Lampari Kingdom's capital, Anvilmar City. This Governor Manor was even bigger than the Lampari Kingdom's royal palace and was even more luxurious. Just based on this, it was enough to prove that the Kamla Empire was worthy of being one of the two empires of the continent. Their overall strength far surpassed a small country like the Lampari Kingdom. The Southwest Province's governor, Duke Megudo, naturally wouldn't lower himself to personally welcome a group of merchants from the Lampari Kingdom. Even the ones that Duke Megudo summoned in the end were only Sue E., Chairman Cruz, and the new Lampari Kingdom's Business Department Chief Count Andy Cole, who was sent as the representative of the Lampari Kingdom. But because this cooperation didn't just represent an official cooperation between the Lampari Kingdom and the Kamla Empire, it also included an official cooperation between the new flyer and Prince Frank. So Duke Megudo was quite polite. He personally held a banquet in the Governor Manor and invited Sue Ye's group of 3. The banquet was skipped, and after lunch, the 3 of them had a short discussion with Duke Megudo. In this discussion, Duke Megudo clearly expressed his attitude. He represented the Kamla Empire and the Southwest Province to welcome the various chambers of commerce of the Lampari Kingdom to invest and build factories in the Southwest Province. He also expressed that the Southwest Province's Governor's Manor would support them in all aspects and guarantee that the investments of the various chambers of commerce of the Lampari Kingdom would proceed smoothly. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this. That was, the various chambers of commerce of the Lampari Kingdom had no problem investing and building factories in the southwest province, but they had to strictly abide by the laws of the Kamla Empire. To put it more bluntly, it was to pay the taxes honestly and not evade taxes. Chairman Cruz naturally didn't have any objections to this. He represented the various chambers of commerce of the Lampari Kingdom and expressed that they would strictly abide by the laws and that they would contribute their strength to the development of the Southwest Province. Overall, the atmosphere of this conversation was relatively relaxed and pleasant, because before this, the Kamla Empire and the Lampari Kingdom had already negotiated several times and reached a cooperation agreement. This time, the various chambers of commerce of the Lampari Kingdom had come to conduct a more specific inspection. The only exception was Su E and the new flyer he represented. Chapter 898. Su E came to the Kamla Empire on behalf of the new flyer this time. On the surface, it seemed like he had accepted Prince Frank's invitation to build a magic car factory on his territory in the Kamla Empire's southwest province. At the same time, he also wanted to build a racetrack, bringing Xin Fei racing to the Kamla Empire. This was the barbarian Prince Frank's passion for racing cars. But in reality, whether it was Su E or Prince Frank, they both knew that this was a test from the Kamla Empire to the new flyer. After failing to invade the kingdom of Ruhr twice, the Kamla Empire clearly recognized the might of the military magic machines on the battlefield. It was also the first time the Kamla Empire had officially recognized New Flyer, a small company from a small southwest country. But New Flyer knew that supporting the kingdom of Ruhr, a country that the Kamla Empire considered an enemy, made it very hard for the Kamla Empire to cooperate with New Flyer. So having Prince Frank, who had contact with New Flyer before, and was a prince of the Kamla Empire, come out to contact New Flyer was a very natural thing. For Su E, supporting the kingdom of Ruhr in repelling the Kamla Empire's invasion. Other than building a barrier in front of the Principality of Constantine, it was also an advertisement for New Flyer, forcing the Kamla Empire to pay attention to New Flyer. Facts proved that this advertisement was very successful. Not only did the Kamla Empire pay attention to New Flyer, they even attached importance to it. However, in terms of cooperation, it was inevitable that there would be differences. The Kamla Empire's main goal was, of course, the military magic machines that caused their defeat in the invasion of the Kingdom of Ruhr. As for New Flyer's goal, or rather Su Yi's goal, it was to popularize the civilian magic machines in the Kamla Empire. After meeting the Southwest Province's Governor Duke Megiddo, Su Yi had a secret discussion with the representative sent by Prince Frank under Duke Megiddo's arrangement. The first half of the negotiations went very smoothly. His Highness Frank rented 100 hectares of land in his territory to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce for a very low price, which would be used to build a magic car factory and production base. Other than that, Prince Frank would provide another 50 hectares of land for New Flyer to build a racetrack. But this racetrack still belonged to His Highness Frank in name. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce could only help His Highness Frank hold professional racing events in this racetrack. These 2 points had already been discussed by both sides, so there wasn't anything unexpected about it. However, after confirming these 2 projects, Baron Urian, the representative sent by Prince Frank, made a new request. Chairman Su, His Highness personal guards need to change equipment. He is very interested in your company's military magic machines and wants to buy some equipment for his personal guards. I wonder what Chairman Su thinks about this. Oh, Su Yi revealed a smile. Prince Frank was the Kamla Empire's 3rd prince. It definitely wasn't a small matter for him to change equipment for his personal guards. If he didn't receive the approval of the Kamla Empire's royal parliament and did this on his own, it would definitely be a serious crime, and he might even be accused of treason. Prince Frank wasn't stupid. How could he rashly make this request? So it was clear that this request wasn't made by Prince Frank, but rather the Kamla Empire. Of course, Su Yi wasn't surprised by this. After failing to invade the kingdom of Ruhr twice in a row and experiencing the terrifying power of the military magic machines, It would be strange if the Kamla Empire still wasn't interested in the military magic machines. Sui thought for a moment before asking, I wonder which military magic machines His Highness is interested in. The military magic machines New Flyer currently produces are divided into 3 main categories and 17 smaller categories. There are a total of 39 types. They might not all be suitable for His Highness' personal guards. There are so many types. Baron Julian was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Since Sui said this, it meant that there was a possibility that he could sell the military magic machines. After thinking for a while, Baron Urian said seriously, no matter what kind of military magic machine it is, His Highness is very interested in it. So Chairman Sui, please give me a copy of the information on these 39 types of military magic machines. I'll bring it back to His Highness and let him decide. I can give you the information, but if His Highness wants to buy all 39 types of military magic machines, I'm afraid it's impossible, Sui said in a deep voice. Why? Baron Julian frowned. Baron Julian knit his brows. Chairman Sui, could it be that you're worried that His Highness can't afford it? Of course not. Sui shook his head. But there are quite a few types of military magic machines that I don't think are suitable for His Highness' personal guards. For example, the naval battleships. I think that His Highness' personal guards wouldn't need them, right? Even the fixed-point high-intensity magic cannons are normally only used by large-scale armies, so His Highness definitely wouldn't need them. Other than that, Sui gave examples one by one, while Baron Julian took out a pen and paper to write them down. When Sui finished, Baron Julian counted the notes on the paper before looking up to say, Chairman Sui, you just said that your New Flyer produces a total of 39 types of military magic machines. There are 23 types that aren't suitable for His Highness' personal guards, which means that there are 16 that are suitable. Then I can represent His Highness to order the remaining 16 types of military magic machines. You wouldn't reject this, right? Of course. Sui gave a shrug. The remaining 16 types of military magic machines are suitable for small groups. If His Highness is willing to buy them, of course I wouldn't reject. But before this, I have a question. Please ask. If His Highness buys large amounts of military equipment from our New Flyer, the other people in the Kamla Empire, especially the other princes, wouldn't have any objections? Baron Julian revealed an unnatural smile as he shook his head. Chairman Sui, this isn't something you need to care about. All right then, but there's another question. How should we deliver the goods? Sui asked. Baron Urian pointed at the Magic Car Factory investment agreement on the table and said with a faint smile, the so-called military magic machines. Aren't they also assembled from parts? Sui laughed and nodded, not asking anything else. After a few more words of discussion, Baron Urian stood up. Chairman Sui, I know that you have some worries about our first cooperation, so His Highness won't give you too many requests this time. But I believe that after a while, you will understand His Highness' sincerity in cooperating. I hope that we can discuss the matter of the remaining 23 types of military magic machines when the time comes. No problem. Sui nodded with a faint smile. Watching Baron Julian leave, Sui couldn't help smiling. The Kamla Empire side really was hesitant. Didn't they just want to buy some military magic machines? If they directly asked him, he would have sold them. Because before this, he had already signed a contract with the Malar Empire's army to sell 21 types of military magic machines to the Malar Empire's army. In order to maintain the balance, he would definitely sell them to the Kamla Empire. In the end, the Kamla Empire's side wasn't straightforward and only obtained a small amount of military magic machines. Compared to the military magic machines obtained by the Malar Empire's army, it was far from enough. Of course, compared to the large armies of the two empires, the military magic machines they bought from the New Flyer were far from enough. If nothing went wrong, the two empires definitely wanted to buy a portion of the military magic machines produced by the New Flyer and then research and produce them themselves. This was, of course, a very easy to understand approach. After all, the two empires definitely wouldn't allow such an important matter to be completely solved by the New Flyer. This was equivalent to handing their fate to the New Flyer. Being able to research and produce military magic machines on their own was the most appropriate and correct approach. To the two empires, this was their only choice. This was because compared to a small country like the Kingdom of Ruhr, they were simply too large. Even if they really wanted to hand over their entire army to the New Flyer to provide military magic machines, the New Flyer alone wouldn't be able to do it. From a theoretical point of view, the two empires had incomparably powerful national strength as support. Not to mention other things, just the quantity and quality of their magicians were enough to completely crush the New Flyer. Therefore, as long as they obtained some military magic machines, they should be able to easily grasp the principles behind them and prevent them from being used. With the deep foundations of the two empires, they should be able to catch up and surpass the New Flyer in terms of military magic machines. But from a practical point of view, hey, counterfeiting is easy to say, but it's hard to do. So he had a taunting smile on his face. And if you want to innovate on the basis of counterfeiting, that's even more difficult. No industrial technology on Earth was developed overnight. All of them were based on extremely solid theoretical and practical foundations, little by little experiments, inferences, and finally grinding out. There were no shortcuts to speak of. Even the so-called knockoffs that were criticized by many people in the Celestial Empire on Earth were far from being as easy as most people imagined. This was because the modern industry had extremely high requirements for every detail. Even if you were given a complete sample and all the relevant technology, it would still be extremely difficult to imitate something that was exactly the same as the original. Even though the magic machine industrial system that the New Flyer currently controlled wasn't as advanced as the modern industries on Earth, it was tantamount to a fool's dream for countries like the Signs that didn't have any industrial foundation and didn't even have the concept of industry. Once these guys suffer losses, they'll naturally come to me obediently. Sue E. smiled smugly at this thought. Chapter 899. The trip to the Kamla Empire was a fruitful one for the various chambers of commerce of the Lampari Kingdom. Not only were all the goods they brought stolen by the Kamla merchants of Canberra City, but the representatives of the various chambers of commerce also signed an investment agreement with the governor of the southwest province of the Kamla Empire. According to the plan in the agreement, these chambers of commerce would enter the southwest province of the Kamla Empire in the next 6 months to select locations and prepare to invest in the construction of various factories. This could be considered the first tentative cooperation between the Lampari Kingdom and the Kamla Empire in the magic machine industry. If it went smoothly, Duke Megiddo would represent the Kamla Empire to express that they would deepen their cooperation and introduce more Lampari Kingdom magic machine-related chambers of commerce. They might even cooperate in other areas. This was a result that both the Lampari Kingdom and the Kamla Empire were very willing to see. The Kamla Empire hoped that through introducing the magic machine industry, the Kamla Empire would be able to gain a deeper understanding of this new industry and achieve their goal of developing and mastering military magic machines. As for the Lampari Kingdom, entering the huge market of the Kamla Empire was something they yearned for even in their dreams. After so many years of development, the Lampari Kingdom's domestic market was close to saturation. Of course, they needed new sources of profit. If they could open up the huge markets of the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire, the benefits to the Lampari Kingdom could be imagined. As for the New Flyer represented by Sue E., the benefits they obtained from this trip weren't that great. Because the New Flyer belonged to the Principality of Constantine in name, they couldn't be considered a company involved in the cooperation between the Lampari Kingdom and the Kamla Empire. They couldn't enjoy the preferential policies of the Kamla Empire, such as reduced tariffs, investment assistance, and etc. To be honest, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was just building a magic car factory with His Highness Frank. Moreover, this magic car factory would still belong to His Highness Frank in name, so the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would just be assisting him. On the other hand, although there were 16 types of military magic machines sold to His Highness Frank's personal guards, the total amount wasn't that much. The total amount was just over 600,000 gold coins. Compared to the military magic machines that New Flyer sold to the Malar Empire's army headquarters for a total of 3 million, and 800,000 gold coins. There was no doubt that it paled in comparison. But Sui and His Highness Frank were clear that this was just a probing contact between the new flyer and the Kanla Empire. There would be many places to cooperate in the future. Perhaps the Kanla Empire was confident that they could abandon the new flyer and develop their own products. But Sui wasn't worried about this at all. Moreover, compared to the military magic machines, Sui cared more about the civilian magic machines. Through the cooperation between the Lampari Kingdom and the Kanla Empire, their development was even better. Although New Flyer didn't belong to the Lampari Kingdom and couldn't enjoy the preferential tariff, the various civilian magic machines of New Flyer, especially the household magic machines, were of the best quality and had the highest performance, so it was normal for the price to be higher than the other household magic machines. For example, in Wimbledon City, the most popular magic air conditioner that was sold through the Kanla Empire's Lampari Kingdom companies had an average price of 25 gold coins. As for the Shinfei brand magic air conditioner that was sold through Ambassador Hakkonen's channels to the Kanla Empire, its price was at least 40 gold coins per unit. Moreover, there wasn't enough demand among the nobles in Wimbledon City. Based on this, he had to admit that the eyes of the nobles in Wimbledon City weren't bad. Therefore, Sui wasn't in a rush at all. Anyway, New Flyer's production capacity was limited, so the supply had always been lower than the demand. Now that there was a large market in front of them, New Flyer really couldn't take it. Sui's current development plan for New Flyer was to operate steadily. While increasing production capacity, he also needed to increase the core strength of New Flyer. This core strength didn't just include technology research. It also included the New Flyer Guards. After coming back from the Kanla Empire, Sui and the New Flyer had entered a period of peace. Of course, this period of peace didn't mean that they didn't do anything. It was because everything was going according to plan, so Sui didn't need to personally spend too much effort to take care of it. Currently, there were 4 main directions for New Flyer's development. The first was to promote household magic machines to the Malar Empire and the Kanla Empire. At the same time, it would lead other magic machine-related companies to enter the 2 empires, popularizing the use of household magic machines. The second was based on the first point. After the people of the 2 empires accepted the existence of magic machines, they would promote other household magic machines. The Malar Empire was ahead of the Kanla Empire in this regard. Because of the Marquis of Southgard, the Malar Empire had already introduced agricultural magic machines to help with harvesting, and they had already begun to transform farmland on a small scale. The Marquis of Southgard and the other nobles who had tasted the sweetness of this wouldn't let go of this chance to promote it. The Malar Empire's Department of Commerce directly ordered a large amount of agricultural magic machines from New Flyer and had a close discussion with the Cantona Chamber of Commerce. They hoped that the Cantona Chamber of Commerce would help guide the transformation of farmland in the Malar Empire. If nothing unexpected happened, in the next few years, the Cantona Chamber of Commerce's main focus would be on the Malar Empire. The third point was to expand the area under New Flyer's direct control. This was clearly very hard to implement in the signs because the signs had already been divided among the various countries. Unless the New Flyer went to war, they wouldn't be able to take the land from the other countries. With the current strength of the New Flyer, this was naturally impossible. So Sui's goal was the sea. Not only was the Principality of Constantine near the sea, he also controlled a large part of the sea to the south of the signs. What Sui wanted to do was to control a large number of islands on the endless seas. Then he would establish bases and magic signal towers on these islands to connect them, before using the New Flyer's guard fleet to control them. Right now, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had only started less than a fifth of this. Right now, the New Flyer only controlled over 100 islands, and half of them were on the coast of the Principality of Constantine. As for the sea to the south of the signs, the New Flyer only controlled less than 50 islands. They were only indirectly controlled by the New Flyer's guard fleet and couldn't be considered complete control. Sui planned to invest no less than 10 million gold coins in the next 5 years to strengthen his control. The final point was the most important one, which was to strengthen the New Flyer's guard fleet. The New Flyer's guard fleet had been developed over the years, and Su, he didn't care about the cost of investing large amounts of money. Now there were over 8,000 people, including the elite warriors of the humans, elves, dwarves, and beastmen. They were equipped with the latest military magic machines developed by the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce. Although they hadn't experienced many battles, whether it was the military representatives of the Lampari Kingdom or the Kingdom of Ruhr, they didn't hesitate to say that although the new Flyers Guard fleet only had 8,000 people, their battle strength was enough to match an army of 50,000 people from the two countries. As for comparing them to the traditional army of the Signs, there was no comparison at all. However, Su Yi felt that this was far from enough. For this reason, he directly doubled the 5 million gold coins that the new flyer invested in the new Flyers Guard fleet to 3 million gold coins a year. This resolution was unanimously opposed by the senior officials of the New Flyer because they felt that with the current strength of the New Flyers Guard fleet, it was enough to defend. There was no need to increase the investment at all. However, Su Yi hoped that the Guard fleet could not only easily defend the new Flight Commerce main base or even the entire Principality of Constantine, but also be able to attack at any time and achieve their goals. Therefore, although the other senior officials all opposed, Su Yi still used his authority as the president and passed this resolution. In fact, the senior officials couldn't be blamed for their opposition. The annual investment of 5 million gold coins for the new Flyers Guard fleet was already very exaggerated. It had to be known that in the surrounding countries, because of the threat of the Kamla Empire, even the Kingdom of Ruhr, who had increased their investment in their army, only had a budget of 2 million gold coins a year. As for the Lampuri Kingdom, that had become rich and their military budget had greatly increased, their annual military budget was only around 1.5 million gold coins. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce was a trivial company, but the amount they invested in their guards could compare to two kingdoms. This was already very unbelievable. Now that Su Yi wanted to double it, in the eyes of others, this was simply crazy. However, many of the things that Su Yi did were no different from being crazy in the eyes of others, so there was no way for them to be surprised by this. Only they still couldn't understand. The new flyer was a company in the end, it wasn't a country. What was he thinking by investing this much in their guard fleet? In the beginning of September, there was a conflict on the Sak Kingdom's southwest border that seemed to answer the question in everyone's heart. Chapter 900. Hong, 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 hong. Countless rays of red light fell from the sky and slammed into the Spirit Turtle Regiment's position, creating a series of explosions. Commander Thomas watched as the defensive position that the entire army had spent half a year to build collapsed like tofu in the explosion. Apart from shock, he felt a chill in his heart. The Spirit Turtle Regiment, under his command, was known for their defense in the Sak Kingdom. They had spent half a year building this defensive line, but now it couldn't even take a single blow. If these attacks weren't aimed at the defensive line and were aimed at the Spirit Turtle Regiment hiding in the back, the Spirit Turtle Regiment would have suffered heavy losses. Seeing the flames on the other side, Commander Thomas gave a sigh before saying to the guard beside him, "Send down the order. The entire army is to retreat." The guard was stunned. "Sir, this... Don't waste words. Quickly send down the order." Commander Thomas waved his hand. The guard's face was filled with doubt and unwillingness, but he didn't dare ask anything. After giving a bow, he passed down the order. "AI, Thomas, it seems like we don't have the ability to fight those fellows from the New Flyer." The Spirit Turtle Regiment's Chief of Staff, Durank, came over from the side and said with a sigh. Commander Thomas gave a bitter laugh. "Not to mention fighting those freaks from the New Flyer, I feel that even if we faced the Lampari Kingdom, we wouldn't be able to fight back at all." After pausing, Commander Thomas suddenly cursed in a low voice. "Damn, it's all that damn New Flyer's fault. They made these damn military magic machines. They're simply demonic weapons." Chief of Staff Durank shook his head with a sigh. "All right, there's no meaning in saying this. We should go back and think about what to do. If we don't have a solution, our Sak Kingdom will be in danger." Commander Thomas cursed again before saying with a frown, "Speaking of this, it really is strange. We've already been defending this place for a long time, and the Moon Shadow tribes have never made a move. So why did they suddenly react this much? What's even stranger is that the New Flyer is involved and even sent out their guards. You'll have to ask the New Flyer. Chief of Staff Durank rolled his eyes. The president of New Flyer, Sue E., is a madman. God knows what he's thinking. Damn, it's because of this madman's appearance that our sacked kingdom can't have peace. Is there no way to get rid of him? Stop dreaming. Chief of Staff Durank shook his head. Let's not talk about the fact that this madman is a great magician. He won't be killed that easily. Even if there's a chance to kill him, the big shots in the kingdom won't agree to it. I really don't know what these guys are thinking. Do they really think they can get any benefits for New Flyer? Chief of Staff Durank looked at Thomas and nodded in his mind. That's right. Not only the important people of the kingdom, even the entire sacked kingdom receive benefits from the New Flyer. Moreover, these benefits weren't small. Although the sacked kingdom's military hated the New Flyer because the appearance of the New Flyer made the sacked kingdom's advantage against the Lampari kingdom disappear, and they were even oppressed by the Lampari kingdom. There were many forces other than the sacked kingdom citizens and military that had a positive attitude towards the New Flyer. The reason was very simple. It was because the appearance of the New Flyer had brought many good changes to the sacked kingdom. To give a simple example, since the sacked kingdom bought large amounts of agricultural magic machines from the New Flyer 3 years ago, they had developed a farming method that was compatible with the agricultural magic machines. In the past 3 years, the sacked kingdom's grain yield had reached new highs each year. According to the statistics from this year's spring harvest, the sacked kingdom's wheat yield had reached a shocking 3 million tons. Adding the other grains, just this spring's grain yield was equal to the sacked kingdom's entire grain yield. Now that it was the fall harvest season, according to the feedback from the various regions, the harvest was much more than the spring harvest. Like this, the sacked kingdom's harvest this year was over 6 million tons of wheat. It was enough to fill the stomachs of all the citizens of the kingdom, and there was even some left over. This was simply a miracle for the sacked kingdom that had always been barren and didn't have enough grain. The reason why the sacked kingdom sent troops to the Lampari kingdom and the surrounding countries was to solve their domestic grain crisis. Otherwise, with the sacked kingdom's national strength that wasn't far above the surrounding countries, there was no need for them to go to war like this. With the Lampari kingdom's increase in strength and the sacked kingdom being defeated, there was panic in the sacked kingdom. They were worried that the sacked kingdom wouldn't be able to steal enough grain from the other countries and would create a famine. But they never thought that the Lampari kingdom would take the initiative to sign a trade agreement with the sacked kingdom. Then they would take the initiative to sell grain to the sacked kingdom, helping them solve their crisis. Even after this, the New Flyer and the Lampari kingdom's companies all came to the sacked kingdom to invest in factories. Not only did they give the sacked kingdom advanced agricultural magic machines and farming systems, helping the sacked kingdom solve their grain crisis, they even built a magic industrial zone in the free trade zone to the south of the sacked kingdom, providing many good jobs for the citizens of the sacked kingdom. Looking at it from this angle, because of the appearance of the New Flyer, the benefits to the sacked kingdom far outweighed the disadvantages. Of course, from a military's point of view, the New Flyer was without a doubt the sacked kingdom's mortal enemy. This was because the sacked kingdom's military was clear that as long as the New Flyer continued supporting the Lampari kingdom, the sacked kingdom would never be able to rise again. So Chief Staff Officer Durank understood the hatred in Commander Thomas's heart towards the New Flyer. Not mentioning anything else, just based on the fact that the New Flyer sent guards to help the Moon Shadow tribe attack the Spirit Turtle Regiment, it was enough for Commander Thomas to treat the New Flyer as his mortal enemy. However, Commander Thomas's thoughts didn't have any meaning because the facts were in front of him. The New Flyer guards were as strong as the rumors said. They were even more terrifying than they imagined. The Spirit Turtle Regiment couldn't resist them at all, so even Commander Thomas could only helplessly give the order to retreat. I think we don't need to worry about the other side chasing us. Chief Staff Officer Durank put down the binoculars in the distance and said to Commander Thomas, based on the attack just now, the other side just wanted to drive us away and didn't have any intention of fighting. Commander Thomas gave a cold snort. They are just the guards of a company in the end. Could it be that they dare declare war on our entire Sack Kingdom? Chief Staff Officer de Rank looked at him with a trace of worry in his heart. This was what many people in the Sack Kingdom's army were thinking, but he didn't think so. Although from a rational and objective point of view, no matter how strong the new flyer was, they were still a company in the end, so it was impossible for them to fight against an entire country. But after Chief Staff Officer de Rank analyzed the new flyer's recent movements, he felt that this point of view was more and more unreliable. Sui, as the new flyer's chairman, would often do crazy things that people couldn't understand. But every time they analyzed it, they found that there was a deeper meaning in his actions. It was all to pave the way for the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's next move. He almost never did anything meaningless. Then this time, he suddenly sent the new Flyers Guards to help the Moon Shadow Tribe repel the Spirit Turtle Regiment's blockade of the Moon Shadow Tribe's territory. On the surface, it seemed like a very crazy and irrational action because it might cause a backlash from the Sack Kingdom, and it might even be considered a declaration of war by the Sack Kingdom. But in reality, Chief Staff Officer de Rank couldn't understand what Sui wanted to do and what he wanted to gain from this matter, so his heart was very unsettled. What made him even more unsettled was the worst guess. If the Frestek Chamber of Commerce really wanted to declare war on the Sack Kingdom, what would the result be like? If this question was thrown to any normal person on the continent, the answer would be that the new flyer was crazy. A trivial company wanting to declare war on a kingdom that could be considered in the middle of the signs was simply seeking death. But after Chief Staff Officer de Rank seriously considered this question, he came to a completely different conclusion. If the new flyer really declared war on the Sack Kingdom, as the Spirit Turtle Regiment's Chief Staff Officer who had a deep understanding of the Sack Kingdom's military, Chief Staff Officer de Rank was certain that there wasn't a single regiment in the Sack Kingdom that could resist the attack of the new Flyers Guards. Even if all the regiments of the Sack Kingdom came together, it would only make the new Flyers Guards spend a bit more time, and they still wouldn't be able to resist. This was because this was a battle on a completely different level. Just like what happened to Chief Staff Officer de Rank, the Spirit Turtle Regiment from top to bottom didn't even see the enemy's face before they were forced to retreat by this fierce attack. This was the same for the other regiments of the Sack Kingdom. There was no exception. So the conclusion was that as long as the new flyer went to war with the Sack Kingdom would be defeated without a doubt. Even if the new flyer didn't have the ability to take over the Sack Kingdom, if the Sack Kingdom's army was completely defeated, would the Sack Kingdom still be able to survive? Whenever he thought of this problem, Chief Staff Officer de Rank would feel a strong sense of unease. What to do? Chapter 901. Chief Staff Officer de Rank, who was filled with doubts, was called back to the Sack Kingdom's capital, Nordham City, by the Army headquarters after the Spirit Turtle Regiment returned to the Sack Kingdom. Although the Spirit Turtle Regiment had suffered a defeat and had to retreat, the Sack Kingdom's Army headquarters didn't punish the Spirit Turtle Regiment. The first reason was that the place where the Spirit Turtle Regiment had built their fortifications was in the territory the Sack Kingdom had given the Moon Shadow Tribe. Moreover, their mission was to seal off the Moon Shadow Tribe, so they couldn't stand on the side of reason. This time the Moon Shadow Tribe's elves worked together with the new Flyers Guards to fight back and drive them out. At least there was no problem in terms of righteousness, so the Sack Kingdom couldn't blame them for this. So naturally, it wasn't easy for them to punish the Spirit Turtle Regiment. The second reason, which was the most fundamental reason, was that the Sack Kingdom's army headquarters wanted to use the Spirit Turtle Regiment to seal off the Moon Shadow Tribe's elves, but they didn't expect the Spirit Turtle Regiment to be able to resist the attacks of the new Flyers Guards. In the southwest countries of the Signs, there was already a consensus on the battle strength of the new Flyers Guards, which was that they couldn't fight them head-on. So the Spirit Turtle Regiment being defeated by the new Flyers Guards wasn't something that needed to be punished because this was something that surpassed their abilities. The reason why the Sack Kingdom's army headquarters called Chief Staff Officer de Rank back was mainly to obtain first-hand information on the new Flyers Guard from Chief Staff Officer de Rank. Hence, after Chief of Staff de Rank returned to Nordham City, In addition to reporting to the military headquarters, he spent most of his time going to the Military Magic Machine Research and Development Center, jointly established by the military headquarters and the kingdom's Magic Research Institute, to provide his frontline information and cooperate with the Research and Development Center. Today was the 5th day Chief Staff Officer Durank had returned to Nordham City. He woke up early, and after eating breakfast, he took a horse carriage to the Military Magic Machine Development Center 30 kilometers northwest of Nordham City. This development center took up a large area of land that included 5 valleys and was surrounded by walls, making it very tightly guarded. Even if Chief Staff Officer Durank came, he had to go through layers of checkpoints before being allowed to enter. However, when one truly entered, they would discover that it was like another world. Countless strange-looking magic machines of all shapes and sizes were running back and forth in this research and development center. It was too much for the eyes to take in. These magic machines were all created by the mages in the Academy of Magic who assisted in the research of military magic machines. They were inspired by the various magic machines in New Flyer. The most eye-catching one was a fake magic car with 4 wheels. It went through the roads of the base at a very fast speed. If one looked at it from the outside, this magic car wasn't that different from the New Flyer's magic car. Chief Staff Officer Durank almost made a mistake on the first day he came. But after a few days, he was very clear that although this magic car seemed like it could run, it could only support 4 wheels. It couldn't carry anything at all and was just for show. Moreover, it wasn't just that the core magic engine was taken from the New Flyer's magic car. Even the 4 most basic tires were bought from New Flyer. To put it simply, almost all the parts of this magic car were bought from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The Sac Kingdom's Military Magic Machine Development Center only used craftsmen to make the iron frame that didn't require any technology at all. Moreover, because this iron frame was made of normal pig iron, it was far inferior to the New Flyer's magic car, whether it was in terms of hardness or flexibility. Adding in the fact that the craftsmen couldn't guarantee precision, only 3 or 4 out of 10 finished products were qualified. The consequence of this was that the cost of manufacturing was very high. It was even several times more expensive than buying a magic car from New Flyer. So this Military Magic Machine Development Center only invested a bit of effort into the civilian magic machines in the beginning before being stopped by the kingdom's finance department because of the lack of funds. Now, they were focused on developing the military magic machines. But even if they focused all their energy, funds, and manpower on developing the military magic machines, the actual results weren't as good as they wanted. Thinking of the things he saw in the Military Magic Machine Development Center over the past few days, Chief Staff Officer Durank couldn't help shaking his head as he gave a sigh in his heart. Chief Staff Officer Durank, good morning. Great Magician Maev is waiting for you. A researcher wearing a magician's robe passed by and greeted Chief Staff Officer Durank. Good morning, I'll go see him now. Chief Staff Officer Durank replied, before quickly heading deeper into the base. After entering a large valley, Chief Staff Officer Durank saw the manager of the Military Magic Machine Development Center, Great Magician Maev. Great Magician Maev was one of the 7 great magicians of the Sac Kingdom. He was the vice principal of the Royal Magic Academy. When he saw the Military Magic Machine Development Center, he took the initiative to transfer here. The magic car that Chief Staff Officer Durank saw before was made by him. Seeing Chief Staff Officer Durank come over, Great Magician Maev waved his hand at him. Chief Staff Officer Durank, you came right on time. As for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's long-range magic cannon you mentioned yesterday, I still have a few questions to ask you. Please ask. Facing a respected great magician, even if Durank was the Chief Staff Officer of the Spirit Turtle Regiment, he was still very polite. You said yesterday that when the New Flyer Guard attacked you, they were at least 2 kilometers away. But after my calculations yesterday, I found that this wasn't realistic. This was because, among all the known magic spells, only forbidden spells could have such a long attack range. But the New Flyer Guards can't casually release forbidden spells, isn't that right? Of course. Chief of Staff Durank nodded. Chief Staff Officer Durank nodded. If the New Flyer guards could casually use a bunch of forbidden spells, the New Flyer wouldn't need to cause trouble for us because they would have easily ruled the signs. Chief Staff Officer Durank. This joke isn't funny at all. Great Magician Nev slightly knit his brows before shaking his head. I'm certain that it wasn't a forbidden spell because the power was far inferior. Since it's like this, there is only one possibility. It's the same principle as the magic trebuchets, using magic to fire magic cannonballs to attack. Do you agree? That should be the case. Chief Staff Officer Durank nodded, but he felt a little strange. Chief Staff Officer Durank was a bit surprised. Great Magician Maev, didn't you already confirm this? Moreover, based on the information from the spies we sent to the New Flyer, this is the basic principle behind many of the New Flyer's military magic machines. For you to suddenly ask this question, I just want to confirm it. Great Magician Maev said with a serious look, because this is related to a very important question. What kind of magic did the New Flyer's military magic machines use to fire the magic cannonballs so far and accurately hit the fortifications in front of you without hitting you in the back? Chief Staff Officer Durank was a bit surprised before remembering that this was indeed a question. When he was forced back by the New Flyer guards, he didn't think about it. He just thought that with the might of the New Flyer's military magic machines, this was a natural result. But now that Great Magician Maev reminded him, he realized that what the New Flyer guards did was actually very shocking. It was fine if it was a long-range attack, but how did the New Flyer guards control their attacks to such a precise range without causing any casualties? It had to be known that even arrows could make mistakes, but when they were attacked, the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce's magic cannons had all accurately landed on the front half of the Spirit Turtle Regiment's fortifications, where there were no soldiers. In the end, the fortifications that the Spirit Turtle Regiment had spent half a year carefully setting up were completely destroyed, but the Spirit Turtle Regiment didn't suffer a single casualty. If one thought about it carefully, this was even more shocking than the Spirit Turtle Regiment being wiped out, because this meant that the military magic machines in the New Flyer's hands had reached an unimaginable level, even surpassing the common sense of Chief Staff Officer Durank. Seeing the change in Chief Staff Officer Durank's expression, Great Magician Maev knew that he finally understood what he wanted to ask. After a bit of silence, he waved his hand at him. Chief Staff Officer Durank followed behind him in a daze, and the two of them entered a large open field in the valley. There was a giant stand in the center of the field, and there was a thick metal tube on it that looked very powerful. This is the magic cannon that we developed based on the information provided by the Military Intelligence Department. Help me take a look on the side and give me your practical experience. Great Magician Maev said. All right, Chief Staff Officer Durank replied with a nod. However, looking at the magic cannon in the open field that seemed very powerful, but also very clumsy, he didn't have any expectations in his heart. The New Flyer's magic cannon could even accurately hit a target. Could this magic cannon have even half the power? Chapter 902. The truth was even worse than Chief Staff Officer Durank's worries. This was a magic cannon that Great Magician Maev said had taken all the elites of the Military Magic Machine Research Center. It had taken 3 months of effort to make it, spending a total of 340,000 gold coins to make. Whether it was the attack range or the accuracy of the magic cannon, it could be considered terrible. During this morning's test, the magic cannon's best attack was 1,000 meters away, and the magic shell was over 50 meters away from the target. With such a large error, not to mention comparing it to the New Flyer's magic cannon, even if Chief Staff Officer Durank's Spirit Turtle Regiment used it, he would have to seriously consider whether he should accept it. This kind of unreliable thing, not to mention attacking the enemy, it would be a problem if they accidentally hurt their own people. What made Chief Staff Officer Durank feel despair was that in a test shot close to noon, this magic cannon actually exploded. This kind of powerful military magic machine had actually exploded by itself. Even when he was far away from the Military Magic Machine Research Center, Chief Staff Officer Durank still had a lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for Great Magician Maev by his side, releasing a magic shield in time to cover everyone, The fragments of the magic cannon would have turned him into a pile of meat paste not far away. Moreover, Great Magician Maev was very calm in this kind of shocking accident. He even told Chief Staff Officer Durank that this was a very normal thing and there was no need to make a fuss. After Chief Staff Officer Durank asked about it, he learned that since the Military Magic Machine Research Center was established, there had been over 20 similar accidents. So Great Magician Maev was this calm. It's normal to encounter accidents when researching magic. What is there to be surprised about? Thinking of how calm Great Magician Maev was when he said this, Chief Staff Officer Durank could only give a bitter smile. He didn't deny Great Magician Maev's words, because he also agreed that there would be various accidents and dangers when researching magic and military magic machines. But this made him see a fact, which was that the Sac Kingdom's military magic machine research level was far from New Flyer's. Trying to catch up to the New Flyer with this military magic machine R&D center was practically a pipe dream. If they couldn't catch up to the New Flyer in terms of military magic machines, the Sac Kingdom might never have a chance to rise again. This was what Chief of Staff Durank was most worried about. Chief Staff Officer Durank, who had a deep frown, returned to Rotterdam City in a horse carriage. He looked up to see that it was close to noon, so he was planning on reporting to the Army headquarters and talking to the Intelligence Department. However, he suddenly found a motorcade of magic cars with very familiar flags slowly driving out of the city. Since the Lampari Kingdom and the Sac Kingdom established diplomatic relations and the New Flyer began cooperating with the Sac Kingdom, it wasn't strange to see magic cars in Rotterdam City. However, the convoy caught the attention of Chief of Staff Durank, because the flag flying the convoy was clearly the flag of the New Flyer. Is this the representative sent by the New Flyer? Why did they suddenly come to Rotterdam City? Chief of Staff Durank had this question in his mind before he suddenly thought of something. The Moonshadow tribe had worked with the New Flyer to repel the Spirit Turtle Regiment's blockade of the Moonshadow tribe's territory. Although this wasn't announced, and it didn't cause much of a stir in the Sac Kingdom, even the Royal Army headquarters didn't discuss this matter. It was impossible for this matter to not have any consequences. 3 days ago, Chief of Staff Durank had received news that the New Flyer would be sending a representative to discuss with the Sac Kingdom. Moreover, the topic of the discussion was related to the Moonshadow tribe's territory. Chief of Staff Durank was filled with disbelief when he heard this news. The New Flyer had sent guards to attack the Sac Kingdom's army, and now they were sending a representative. This was simply not putting the Sac Kingdom in their eyes. But after thinking about it, he felt that this was reasonable. If they didn't do anything else, why would the New Flyer do this? Seeing the New Flyer's people appear in Rotterdam City, and they were planning to leave, did that mean that the discussion was over? What was the result of the discussion? Chief of Staff Durank thought about it, and changed his plan of going to the Army headquarters. He had the horse carriage change directions and head north of Rotterdam City. ###, the New Flyer's request. The Sac Kingdom's Business Department Chief Paula Irwin looked at Chief of Staff Durank with a confused expression. Hey, Durank, you're a battle maniac. Why are you suddenly interested in this matter? Nonsense, we just fought with the New Flyer's guards a few days ago. Of course I care about the New Flyer's actions. Chief of Staff Durank snappily said. He and Paula Irwin were classmates from the same school and have been friends for many years, so naturally he could say whatever he wanted. It's like this. But I've clearly heard that your Spirit Turtle Regiment was beaten by the New Flyer's guards and couldn't fight back at all. Chief Irwin teased him. Chief of Staff Durank rolled his eyes and gave a helpless sigh. There's no other way. Those fellows from the New Flyer's guards are too strong. Not to mention our Spirit Turtle Regiment. Even if it was the most elite regiment of the Kamla Empire or the Malar Empire, I feel that they wouldn't be able to stop them. So, you've already given up on resisting. Bullshit. Chief of Staff Durank was instantly enraged. As a soldier of the kingdom, how could I give up so easily? All right, stop wasting words. Tell me, the New Flyer sending people this time, did they make an excessive request to the kingdom? They just taught us a lesson, so they must have some conditions, right? They did make a request, but if you're going overboard, that's not right. Chief Alvin shook his head. Chief Irwin shook his head. At least in my opinion, This request isn't excessive for our Sac Kingdom. Rather, it's a very large benefit. Benefits? Chief Staff Officer de Rank was stunned. Chief of Staff de Rank was stunned. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. The representative that the new flyer sent this time hopes that our Sac Kingdom will open up the western coast and create a trade route from the Black Rice Wasteland to the north of the continent. The new flyer's idea is to create a trade route from the Principality of Constantine to the Black Rice Wasteland, passing through our Sac Kingdom and finally reaching the countries to the north of the continent. This would make it easier for them to transport their goods to the north of the continent. Oh, the new flyer has this plan? Chief of Staff de Rank thought for a bit before he couldn't help slowly nodding. This is indeed the style of the new flyer, and it's very feasible. But didn't I hear that the new flyer sent a fleet to explore the northern seas a while ago? Since they want to open a trade route on the sea, why would they spend so much effort to open a trade route on the land? A trade route on the sea and a trade route on the land can't be treated the same. The most obvious difference is that once winter comes, the northern seas will freeze and the new flyer can't rely on the sea. So if I was Sue E., I would also look for a trade route on the land. Irwin explained. Oh, this means that the new flyer sent the guards and the Moon Shadow tribes, elves, to attack us. Because of this? Based on their actions, it should be like this. Then why would they do this? They could just talk to the kingdom. Chief of Staff de Rank said in a confused voice. Do you think that if the new flyer didn't do anything, the kingdom would easily agree to let their caravans pass through? Chief Irwin asked back. This, Chief of Staff de Rank thought about it before shaking his head with a bitter smile. There were quite a few people in the Sac Kingdom who hated the new flyer, especially the army headquarters. There were very few people who could look at the new flyer as objectively as Chief of Staff de Rank. If the new flyer came to the Sac Kingdom to open their territory, it would be seen as a provocation by most people, so it would be strange if it was approved. Hey, when did our Sac Kingdom become someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong? Chief of Staff de Rank gave a bitter laugh in his heart. When he looked up to find that Chief Irwin was smiling, he couldn't help asking in a curious voice, "Why do I feel that you're very happy? Don't you think that it's shameful for the new flyer's caravans to run through our Sac Kingdom?" Shameful? Chief Irwin blinked in a daze, as if he didn't understand this at all, but then he revealed a smile. All right, I understand the thoughts of soldiers like you. But to be honest, to me, as the business department's chief, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce is the best partner. We should have taken the initiative to cooperate with them. We shouldn't have any enmity with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. What? Why? De Rank, you soldiers only know how to ask for funds, but you've never cared about where the kingdom's funds come from, right? Chief of Staff de Rank's face turned a bit red before he said with a cough, "This. I still care about it a bit. I know that the kingdom's finances aren't that good, so the funds are quite tight. It's good that you know." Chief Alvin snorted. Chief of Staff de Rank gave a cold snort. Let me tell you, since we started cooperating with the new flyer 2 years ago, our Sac Kingdom's business tax has greatly increased each year. Especially this year. If everything continues like this, the business tax this year will be 4 times higher than 3 years ago. Do you know what this means? More than 4 times? Chief Staff Officer de Rank was shocked. Chief of Staff de Rank was shocked. It's that exaggerated? It's that exaggerated. Chief Irwin said with a serious look. De Rank, this time the new flyer took the initiative to cooperate with us. This is a good chance for us. Don't mention the new flyer deliberately making such a big move to force your army to make concessions. Even if they didn't do this, I would have asked you to make concessions on behalf of the business department. Seeing the righteous Chief Irwin, Chief of Staff de Rank curled his lips and was speechless. Why did he suddenly feel that these soldiers who were wholeheartedly dedicated to protecting the kingdom seemed to have become sinners? Chapter 903. A red line came out of the Principality of Constantine, crossing the Black Rice Wasteland, entering the Sac Kingdom to the northwest of the Black Rice Wasteland. It followed the endless sea to the north, passing through the Doran Kingdom to the north of the Sac Kingdom and the Cakedon Kingdom to the north. It then turned east and passed through several small countries in the north before finally entering the Malur Empire that took up a large area on the map. He took back his hand from the map and took 2 steps back. His eyes followed the red line again and finally fell onto the end of the red line, which was the Malur Empire's capital, Angelo City, before giving a satisfied nod. This red line was the road that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would use to connect the northern countries of the continent. Once it was finished, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's products could quickly enter the northern countries of the continent through this road, popularizing magic machines in these countries. At the same time, this trade route was another route for the new flyer to connect to the Malur Empire. Combined with the land route that passed through the Lampari Kingdom, the Drake Duchy, the Fa Kingdom, and finally the Malur Empire, as well as the sea route that was still being explored, there would be 3 complete trade routes. It would allow the new flyer to become closer to the northern countries of the continent and the Malur Empire. After thinking about it, he extended the red line into the Malur Empire to the right on the map. He drew a dotted line that passed through several countries in the northeast of Signs before turning south, finally reaching the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom in the southeast of Signs. Then it connected to the Blue Sea route that went from the Principality of Constantine to the south of the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. This kind of complete trade route was an even more distant plan. If it could be realized, it would be equal to the new flyer successfully promoting magic machines in every country in the Signs, which wouldn't be far from his dream. But if one looked carefully, they would find that there was a large gap in this ideal trade route, which was the Kanla Empire. Up until now, the Kanla Empire had only built a road that was less than 500 kilometers in the southwest province. Not to mention comparing it to the Principality of Constantine and the Lampari Kingdom, it was even worse than the small countries like the Drake Duchy and the Mirando Duchy. Although the Kanla Empire had shown interest in building roads before, after several months, they still hadn't implemented it. President Cruz was originally looking forward to showing off his skills in the Kanla Empire, but in the past few months, the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce hadn't received any orders from the Kanla Empire to build roads. On the contrary, the Malur Empire was very active. They had already completed the initial 3 roads with a total mileage of more than 2,000 kilometers, which made the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce focus on the Malur Empire. As for the Kanla Empire, they could only leave it be. But this wasn't the situation that he wanted to see. The Kanla Empire occupied a large area, occupying almost half of the central and southern Signs. The Shinfei Chamber of Commerce's Principality of Constantine was located in the southwest corner of Signs. If one wanted to go to other countries, they would have to go through the Kanla Empire. But now, the Kanla Empire's attitude toward cooperation was very unenthusiastic, which made Su Yi's plans seriously hampered. This huge blank space was like a fishbone stuck in Su Yi's throat, and he felt uncomfortable no matter how he looked at it. How good would it be if there weren't magisters in this world that could destroy the balance? Su Yi couldn't help but think. If it wasn't for the existence of the Kanla Empire's 9 magisters, Su Yi felt that the new Flyer Guard's current battle strength could easily crush the Kanla Empire's army. But it was because of the existence of the magisters that the new Flyer Guards couldn't deal with that. Su Yi could only think of other ways to solve the problem. Forget it. I can only hope that the Kanla Empire isn't that stupid. Su Yi shifted his gaze from the Kanla Empire to the endless seas, which didn't show much on the map, but was countless times larger than the Signs in the real world. There were currently 3 blue lines drawn from the Principality of Constantine's new flight commerce main base. One of them headed north, following the coast, and finally circling to the north of the Malur Empire. One of them headed south, circling around the Principality of Constantine before turning east, finally reaching the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom in the southeast corner of the continent. The other line headed west, deep into the endless seas, and stopped abruptly at the edge of the map. This line represented that Su Yi had sent the new Flyer Guards to explore the endless seas in the west. This fleet used the islands as bases to explore. Although they were slow, they were very stable. Up to now, They had already reached 600 kilometers away from the New Flight Commerce main base and controlled a large part of the sea that was larger than the Principality of Constantine. According to the exploration reports sent back by this fleet, there were many islands in this sea area that had various mineral resources. Adding in the various marine resources, it could be considered rich in resources. If they could control the sea area, the new flyer would have a very solid backing and wouldn't be restricted by others in terms of resources. Thinking of the problem of resources, Su Yi slightly knit his brows. The Principality of Constantine wasn't big, and its resources were very scarce. So the large amount of mineral resources and magic crystals that the Xinfei Chamber of Commerce needed came from the surrounding countries. Because of the rapid development of the magic machine industry in the Lampari Kingdom, there was a large increase in the demand for mineral resources and magic crystals, so it was very hard for the new flyer to obtain resources from the Lampari Kingdom. Other than the Black Rice Wasteland, the main source of resources for the Xinfei Chamber of Commerce was the Kingdom of Ruhr, as well as the Drake Duchy, the Mirando Duchy, the Norton Duchy, and other small countries. Recently, the new flyer had made deals with the Sac Kingdom and had obtained some mineral resources from the Sac Kingdom, which could satisfy the needs of the Xinfei Chamber of Commerce. But these countries were deeply influenced by the new flyer, and their magic machine industries were developing, so their demand for resources would be as strong as the Lampari Kingdom. So it could be foreseen that it wasn't realistic for the new flyer to obtain mineral resources from these countries in the future. The reason why Su Yi sent out the new flyer to guard the fleet to explore the endless seas was to prepare for a rainy day. But because of the limits of technology, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce couldn't easily mine the resources in the sea like they could in the other regions. If they wanted to mine the resources on the islands, the cost was much higher, so it wasn't worth it. So the most urgent problem for the new flyer was to find a new source of resources. It wasn't enough to rely on the countries in the southwest corner of the continent. So Su Yi set his eyes on further places. 10 days ago, the new flyer signed a new agreement with the Fok Kingdom. The new flyer would invest 2 million gold coins in the Fok Kingdom to build 5 household magic machine factories, as well as help build 4 roads that were 3,400 kilometers long. They would obtain 3 iron mines, 2 non-ferrous metal mines, and 5 magic crystal mines in the Fok Kingdom for 30 years. 8 days ago, the new flyer's transport fleet returned with a delegation from the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. After 2 days of negotiations, they signed a new agreement with the new flyer. The Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom would help the new flyer open a mineral resource center in their country, helping the new flyer purchase various mineral resources and magic crystal resources from the countries in the southeast corner of the signs. The price the new flyer paid was to transfer some household magic machine technology to the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom, as well as establishing a household magic machine production base with the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. At the same time, they worked with the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce to improve the roads in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. Other than this, the new flyer would also sell military magic machines worth 500,000 gold coins to the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. They would also help the 13 companies of the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom train their guards, ensuring that they could use these military magic machines. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce had done business with the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom several times in the past year. So not only did they have a high reputation in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom, they also had a good reputation in the southeast countries of the Signs continent. Not mentioning the household magic machines, the various agricultural magic machines, and construction magic machines were very popular in the southeast countries. In just 10 months of this year, the agricultural magic machines that the new flyer transported to the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom and the surrounding countries were over 70,000, totaling over 8 million gold coins. With the desire of these countries for these magic machines, the new flyer's plan to exchange for mineral resources from them went very smoothly. There were even 3 small countries that took the initiative to contact the new flyer after receiving this news, offering their mineral resources to the new flyer just to obtain enough agricultural magic machines, farming systems, and fertilizer from the new flyer. In the end, Other than the countries in the southwest corner of the signs, the countries in the signs had always been worried about how to fill the stomachs of their citizens. Now that they knew that there was a way to greatly increase the grain yield of their countries, wouldn't they go crazy for it? So for the countries in the southeast corner of the signs, Sui was very assured. What worried him a bit now was the country closest to the Principality of Constantine. Chapter 904. After lunch, a delegation from the Kingdom of Ruhr quietly arrived at the New Flight Commerce main base. After the reception, the head of the delegation, the Speaker of the Kingdom of Ruhr's Parliament, Duke Boris, and two deputy heads of the delegation were invited to Su Yi's private manor. Chairman Su, this is the first time I've come to the Principality of Constantine. What I've seen along the way is indeed better than what I've seen in person. It's even more amazing than what I've imagined. As soon as he sat down, Duke Boris smiled and complimented. Sui looked at the smiling and extremely polite Duke Boris and felt a little amused. Previously, when he went to the Kingdom of Ruhr to investigate, he met this respected Duke twice. But during both times, Duke Boris did not give him any face. Now, not only did he take the initiative to lead this delegation to the Principality of Constantine, he even showed a fawning expression to Sui. The difference was obvious. The reason why there was such a significant change was, of course, related to the purpose of his visit. Although the Kingdom of Ruhr had continuously repelled the invasion of the Kamla Empire and made the other countries in the signs look at the Kingdom of Ruhr in a new light, this did not mean that the Kingdom of Ruhr could defeat the Kamla Empire. Although the Kamla Empire did not continue to organize a third invasion out of caution, the Kamla Empire that paid attention to the Kingdom of Ruhr had placed a large number of troops at the border of the two countries. They strictly guarded the border and completely blocked all the routes between the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Kamla Empire. At the same time, the Kamla Empire officially listed the Kingdom of Ruhr as an enemy country and called for the other countries on the continent to blockade the Kingdom of Ruhr. Because of the threat of the Kamla Empire, other than the countries close to the Malar Empire that supported the Malar Empire, the other countries close to the Kingdom of Ruhr all agreed. Even the Lampari Kingdom that had a good relationship with the Kingdom of Ruhr and secretly helped the Kingdom of Ruhr during the Kamla Empire invasion did not raise any objections. Of course, this was mainly because the Lampari Kingdom and the Kamla Empire had signed trade agreement. The Kamla Empire now listed the Lampari Kingdom as an ally, so the Lampari Kingdom naturally couldn't have a close relationship with the Kingdom of Ruhr. Because the countries that supported the Malar Empire and opposed the Kamla Empire were over 1,000 kilometers away from the Kingdom of Ruhr, the Kingdom of Ruhr could be considered completely isolated. The only exception was the Principality of Constantine. The Stantine Kingdom had never given a response to the Kamla Empire's blockade of the Kingdom of Ruhr. They were the same as before, trading with the Kingdom of Ruhr, as if they didn't care about the Kamla Empire's warnings and threats at all. Now that the Kingdom of Ruhr had taken the initiative to look for them, they naturally hoped to obtain some help from the Principality of Constantine to deal with the Kamla Empire's blockade. This was also the reason why this delegation was so high, with the leader being the chairman of the Kingdom of Ruhr's Parliament, Duke Boris being so polite after seeing Sui. "Sir Duke is overpraising me," Sui replied with a faint smile. "I wonder how the Kingdom of Ruhr is right now." Hearing this rhetorical question, the faces of Duke Boris and the two deputy heads beside him instantly became extremely ugly. Duke Boris gave a dry laugh and shook his head. "It's not very good. Chairman Su, I think you should be clear on the current situation. Because of the Kamla Empire's blockade, the kingdom's situation has been seriously affected. In the past few months, the kingdom's exports have dropped to zero. There are many merchants in the kingdom that have gone bankrupt, and there are even quite a few that have committed suicide." That's right. One of the vice leaders on the side, Count Gondal, who is also one of the vice directors of the Kingdom of Ruhr's business department, gave a deep sigh. The kingdom's business tax has dropped by at least 60% in the past few months. If this continues, the kingdom's finances this year will be unimaginable. The various plans that were planned for next year will be delayed because of this, which is very bad for the kingdom. It isn't just the business tax. The most serious thing is the people's livelihood. Although with the agricultural magic machines and the fertilizer, the kingdom's grain yield is guaranteed and there is no need to worry about famine. But other than this, the kingdom's urgently needed goods are seriously lacking because of the blockade. The other vice leader was the Kingdom of Ruer's livelihood department's Count Ank, who cared about different things from the business department's department. Right now, the most serious problem is medicine. Before, our Kingdom of Ruer relied on importing herbs from other countries, but now, because of the blockade, there are many key herbs that we can't buy. Just relying on the kingdom's herbs is far from being enough to solve this problem. Moreover, after saying this, Count Ank's expression dimmed, and there were even tears that came out of his eyes. Last month, there was a flood in the southeast of the kingdom, which was very serious and was accompanied by a plague. When we left the kingdom, there were already over 200 people who had died from the plague. If we can't immediately solve the medicine problem, there will be more and more deaths. Count Boris and Count Gondal both had serious and depressed expressions, proving that Count Ank's words weren't false. He was a bit surprised. Although he knew that the Kingdom of Ruer was greatly affected by the Kamla Empire's blockade, he never thought that it would be this serious, which really surprised him. Chairman Su. Just as Duke Boris was about to speak, he was interrupted by Su Yi's hand. I will arrange for the Chamber of Commerce's transport fleet to send a ship of herbs to your kingdom as soon as possible. This is my assistance to your kingdom's people who are suffering from the plague. Duke Boris and the other two were slightly surprised and then overjoyed. Count Ank excitedly held Su Yi's hand. Really? That's great. Chairman Su, if we have enough herbs, we can save a lot of people. Su Yi secretly sighed, thinking that whether the three people in front of him were acting or not, the disaster they said couldn't be fake because this kind of thing wasn't easy to hide. As long as Su Yi was willing to inquire, it would be very easy to find out. In the face of such a serious disaster, it was obviously more important to save people, and other problems could be put aside. In addition, what made him sigh was that although the Kingdom of Ruer was able to repel the Kamla Empire on the battlefield, the comprehensive national strength was still too far away from the Kamla Empire. Now that they were targeted by the Kamla Empire and suffered a complete blockade, even the basic people's lives in the country were in big problems. Chairman Su, the kingdom is now in some financial difficulties, so the cost of this ship of herbs, I'm afraid it can't be paid immediately. But don't worry, Yuz. Count Gondal suddenly said awkwardly. Su, he shook his head. I just said that this is assistance to your kingdom's people, and it is free of charge. You don't need to pay any money. In addition, I will also send some people to deliver some living materials. When the time comes, you can arrange for people to receive them. The three looked at each other, and Duke Boris nodded and said sincerely, Chairman Su, the Kingdom of Ruer will always remember the assistance your new flyer has provided this time. Su Yi raised his hand again and interrupted him. Your Excellency Duke, the two of you, I need to make one thing clear. This assistance will be provided in my name and has nothing to do with a new flyer. I hope you understand. The three of them were startled, and their faces became a little ugly. Giving free aid in Su Yi's name and giving free aid in the name of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. There was a large difference in the meaning of this. Before, when Su Yi expressed his assistance without hesitation, they thought that the goal of this trip would be easily achieved. Now that Su Yi suddenly said such a sentence, they immediately understood that their task was still very difficult. Thinking of this, Duke Boris took a deep breath and calmed down. After nodding to Count Gondal and Count Ank, he turned to Su Yi and said seriously, Chairman Su, this time we came from the kingdom because we have something very important to discuss with your Chamber of Commerce. Duke Boris deliberately emphasized the words, your Chamber of Commerce, and the meaning was very clear. Su Yi smiled and nodded. Please speak. Seeing that Su Yi showed that he was willing to negotiate, Duke Boris and the other two were relieved. Chairman Su, first of all, on behalf of the Kingdom of Ruer, I would like to express our most sincere gratitude for your assistance just now. This is nothing. It's just what a normal person should do. Duke Boris nodded and continued. But Chairman Su, about the situation in the kingdom, you now have a certain understanding. What I want to say is that relying on your personal assistance can only solve the problem for a while, but it can't fundamentally solve all the problems. Of course, my strength is limited after all, but the strength of your new flyer is far more than you alone. Duke Boris looked straight into Su Yi's eyes and said in a deep voice, So your kingdom of Ruhr wants to get our new flyer's assistance? Su Yi smiled. Your Excellency Duke, I'm not afraid of you laughing at us, but after all, we are a chamber of commerce. Whatever we do, we need to see if we can get enough benefits. Of course, we can help your kingdom of Ruhr, but this depends on whether you can come up with enough conditions to move us. Duke Boris looked deeply at Su Yi, took out a document from his bag, and solemnly put it in front of Su Yi. Chairman Su, this is the agreement signed by His Majesty the King himself. As long as you agree, we can sign it immediately. Seeing Gondal, Count Anchor, and Count Gondal nervously looking at the agreement on the table, Su Yi knew that the conditions in this agreement were not trivial. Of course, if he wanted to persuade the new flyer to help the kingdom of Ruhr despite the threat of the Kamla Empire, how could it be possible without good conditions? Chapter 905. In November, even though the kingdom of Ruhr was located in the south of Signs, the weather inevitably became cold. The cold wind blew from the north, mixing with the sea breeze and adding a bone-piercing chill, causing the people huddled in the corner of Nissi City's port to involuntarily shiver. Roddick walked out of shop and saw a few ragged people huddled in the corner across the street. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Is the Kamla Empire's blockade really that bad in the kingdom of Ruhr? Even the beggars in Nissi City are a lot more than usual. His companion, Cuckoo, glanced at them and grinned, his face full of disdain. They're just lazy people. Although the job opportunities in the kingdom of Ruhr are far less than in the Lampari kingdom and the Principality of Constantine, it's still much better than before, right? New Flyer alone has opened more than a dozen factories in the kingdom of Ruhr. If these people aren't lazy, how can they not find jobs? That's not necessarily true. Roddick obviously didn't agree with Scott's opinion. After the kingdom of Ruhr was blockaded by the Kamla Empire and other countries, we can't sell anything in the country. I've heard our company's people in Karaka City say that there are many magic machine companies and factories in the Rudsun Kingdom that have been closed, as well as many other companies. Therefore, the job opportunities in the kingdom of Ruhr are much less than before. It's not that they can't find jobs because they're lazy. Isn't it because they're lazy? Scott's face was still full of disdain. Our company has put up recruitment notices in the port for more than a week now, right? But we haven't even recruited 500 people yet. You say these people aren't lazy? Then why don't they come and apply? After all, this job requires them to be far away from home, and even away from Signs. They might not even be able to return home once a year. It's understandable that they don't want to go, Tisk. Only the people of the kingdom of Ruhr are pretentious. Our people from the Lampari kingdom and the Principality of Constantine also went there. In this day and age, as long as one can earn gold coins, wasn't it the same everywhere? With money, you can do whatever you want. CK's saliva splattered everywhere as his expression was full of disdain. He did not lower his voice at all, as if he was not afraid that his words would be heard by the people of the kingdom of Ruhr. Roddick smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew that he would never be able to outtalk his companion, so he didn't want to argue with him anymore. However, deep down in his heart, he somewhat agreed with Scott's words. The new flyer was publicly recruiting a large number of workers in the kingdom of Ruhr, as well as giving out 500 workers to develop an island base on the endless seas. This was because the new flyer had signed an agreement with the kingdom of Ruhr, which was a part of it. But he never thought that the Ruzin people wouldn't be that interested in these jobs. They would rather stay in the warm Nissi harbor like beggars than accept the jobs offered by the new flyer. If it was Roddick from a few years ago, he might have agreed that they weren't willing to leave their homes. But since joining the new flyer's transport fleet, Roddick had traveled all over the years with the fleet, even going to the southeast corner of the continent that was thousands of kilometers away. His experience couldn't be compared to before, and he no longer had the idea of staying in his hometown. Rather, he was very willing to go out and experience the world. Moreover, it was like Scott said, as long as one could earn gold coins, it didn't matter where one was. Roddick glanced at the people huddled in the opposite corner, shook his head, and was about to leave. Just as they took 2 steps, a person suddenly appeared from the side and blocked their path. The 2 of them were shocked by him. CK glanced at him and found that this person's clothes were tattered, his hair was disheveled, and his face was dirty. He couldn't help but grumble, and then took out 2 silver coins from his bosom and threw them over. "Here, buy 2 steamed buns to eat. Don't block the way here." That person was surprised before waving his hand. He revealed a grin as he asked, "The 2 of you, did you just say that the new flyer is recruiting workers?" The 2 of them were surprised. Scott looked over him before nodding. "That's right. Isn't there a large recruitment notice at the harbor? Didn't you see it?" That person awkwardly scratched his head. I've never studied before, so I can't read." Scott and Roddick were surprised again before Scott clapped his hands. "So it's like this. No wonder. I knew it. These fellows shouldn't be this stupid. They can't read, so of course they can't read the recruitment notice." After saying that, Scott pulled the person over and asked excitedly, "You want to join a new flyer?" That person nodded blankly. "Yes. I heard that the new flyer offers very good treatment." Of course, if the treatment of the new flyer isn't good, then no merchant on the continent would dare to say anything. "Let's go, I'll take you there." Scott turned around and was about to walk towards the harbor, but Roddick pulled his arm and pulled him to the side. "Hey, Scott, Manager Aldrich deliberately posted the notice to recruit people who can at least read. That way, it'll be easier to train them. This person can't read. Why are you pulling him over?" Scott rolled his eyes at Roddick and said, "Manager Aldrich is overthinking things. Let alone the kingdom of Ruhr. Even in the Principality of Constantine, there are very few people who can read. How can we recruit so many people who can read?" If they continued to delay like this, the plan would be affected. When the president asked about it, who would take responsibility? "When I see Manager Aldrich later, I'll have to talk to him about this. We can't be too stubborn." Roddick rolled his eyes and felt that Scott's words were reasonable, so he let go of him and stopped trying to persuade him. Thus, the 2 of them brought the person to the Nissy harbor and met with Manager Aldrich in the new flyer's office next to the harbor. After hearing Scott's words, Aldrich, who was the manager of the 3rd transport fleet of the new flyer, thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he didn't insist on his previous plan. After doing some simple tests on the middle-aged man called Baird, Manager Aldrich waved his hand and announced that he would be a temporary worker of the new flyer. The so-called temporary worker was a compromise because he didn't satisfy Manager Aldrich's initial request. According to the temporary worker agreement, Baird only received 80% of his full salary and had a 2-month probationary period. Only when he met the conditions would he become an official employee of the new flyer and enjoy all the benefits. Baird didn't think too much about it. He had wandered all the way from his hometown in the north-central part of the Kingdom of Ruhr. Recently, his life had been very miserable. It was good enough that he had a place to eat. So why would he be picky? Since Baird was a precedent, Manager Aldrich didn't insist on his previous idea and slightly relaxed some of the conditions. In the next 3 days, Manager Aldrich, with the help of the Nissy mayor's mansion, easily recruited 500 temporary workers from the large number of refugees that flooded into Nissy City. When all 500 people had been recruited, the city lord of Nissy City asked Aldrich if he needed to recruit more workers. The recent influx of refugees in Nissy City was too weak, which made him feel a lot of pressure as the city lord. If the new flyer could help him solve this problem, it would be a great help to him. Manager Aldrich didn't give him a clear answer. He just told him that if everything went smoothly, the new flyer might recruit a large number of workers from overseas. When that time came, there would be a chance to recruit in Nissy City again. After everything was taken care of, the new flyer's 3rd transport fleet that had been in Nissy City for over 10 days left Nissy City. 3 of the large transport magic ships were carrying over 10,000 tons of iron ore to the Principality of Constantine. The other two were carrying the workers recruited this time and large amounts of construction materials. They were escorted by 10 guard ships as they headed to the sea east of Nissi Harbor. This time, the New Flyers' third transport fleet had 5 large transport magic ships that came to the Principality of Constantine. Their first task was to transport the large amount of materials that the New Flyer had prepared to aid the Kingdom of Ruhr to the Kingdom of Ruhr, completing the first part of the aid agreement. The second task was to bring back the large amount of mineral resources they had obtained from the Kingdom of Ruhr. Actually, to be honest, this was also a part of the aid agreement. According to the contents of this agreement, the New Flyer would help the Kingdom of Ruhr in all aspects, helping them get through this difficult time. At the same time, they would work with the Kingdom of Ruhr to increase their investment in the Kingdom of Ruhr, improving the current situation in the Kingdom of Ruhr. The price that the Kingdom of Ruhr paid was to open up the mineral market to the New Flyer, allowing the New Flyer to buy all kinds of minerals at will. If it wasn't for this situation, King Tarek definitely wouldn't have agreed to this. But the Kingdom of Ruhr was in a serious situation, and there were all kinds of natural disasters, so the internal situation was very unstable. He had no other choice other than asking the New Flyer for help. The Third Fleet's final task was to continue developing the islands in the southern seas. According to the initial plan, the New Flyer would develop 17 islands in the southern seas of the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Kanla Empire. They would build bases and magic signal towers on these islands, ensuring that communication was smooth and controlling these seas. The 500 workers and large amounts of materials on the 2 large transport magic ships of the Third Fleet could only satisfy the needs of 5 islands. As for the rest, it would depend on the initial development. However, as soon as they left Nissi Port and traveled less than 300 kilometers to the east of the Endless Ocean, the Third Fleet encountered trouble. Chapter 906. A water column rose into the sky from the sea not far in front of the leading frigate. Then it scattered high in the sky and turned into a mass of water splashes. Send down the order, everyone stop. Manager Aldel looked at the dense fleet in the distance and deeply knit his brows. What does the Kamla Empire Navy want to do? After leading the Frestack Chamber of Commerce's 3rd transport fleet out of Nissi Harbor, Manager Aldel thought that since the weather was clear and the sea was calm, if nothing unexpected happened, they would be able to enter the sea area before nightfall. They would be able to start construction on the first island tomorrow. In this way, the entire plan had a good start. His mission this time could be considered to have been completed perfectly. But when they were less than 300 kilometers away from Nissi Harbor, they met a large fleet with the Kamla Empire's flag. Manager Aldel didn't think that this was strange at first. He thought that the Kamla Empire's navy had some mission or it was just a normal drill. So he was prepared to go around them after greeting them. But he never thought that when they approached, the Kamla Empire's navy would throw several giant rocks that hit the sea in front of them as a warning. This made Manager Aldrich very surprised. Since the Kamla Empire's navy bought the 3 guard ships from the New Flyer, both sides had always cooperated and their relationship was quite good. The New Flyer's transport fleet and guard fleet would often meet the Kamla Empire's navy on the southern seas, but nothing had ever happened. Rather, they got along very well. Why was it that the Kamla Empire's navy suddenly attacked them this time? Manager Aldel looked up and found that the large transport magic ship he was on had the New Flyer's flag high up. It was very conspicuous, so it was impossible for the Kamla Empire's navy to mistake it. While he was doubting this, a white guard ship slowly came out of the Kamla Empire's fleet. After a while, Manager Aldel's large transport magic ship came over with a magic communicator. "Sir, we have received a communication request from the Kamla Empire's navy." Manager Aldrich's frown deepened as he took the magic communicator and pressed a button on it. "Hello, this is the manager of New Flyers Transportation Company, Aldrich. May I ask which sir of the Kamla Empire's navy is on the other side?" A deep but resonant middle-aged man's voice came from the magic communicator. "This is the commander of the Kamla Empire's First Fleet, Mark Lewis." "Manager Aldrich, on behalf of the Kamla Empire's navy, I would like to issue you a formal warning. The southern waters of the Kingdom of Ruhr are now under a complete blockade by the Empire's navy. No ships are allowed to pass without the permission of the Empire. Your fleet has violated this prohibition, but since you belong to New Flyer, I can be lenient and allow you to return to the Principality of Constantine. Manager Aldrich blinked his eyes. He couldn't believe his ears. You said that you sealed off the southern waters of the Kingdom of Ruhr? Are you serious? Of course. Commander Lewis's voice became very serious. This is the decision of the Empire's army headquarters. You don't have the right to resist. I'll give you 10 minutes to leave this area. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Bear the consequences? Manager Aldrich couldn't help giving a cold laugh in his heart. Although the Kamla Empire's fleet had over 100 ships, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. This was because the Kamla Empire's fleet only had the 3 guard ships they bought from New Flyer. Compared to the 10 guard ships they had, their battle strength wasn't on the same level at all. The only thing to worry about was that the other 2 large transport magic ships were much slower than the guard ships and didn't have many military magic machines, so they didn't have any battle strength at all. If they fought, the 2 large transport magic ships would become a burden. But the main problem wasn't their battle strength. The main problem was that it was impossible for them to really fight the Kamla Empire's fleet. Even if they won this battle, it would be equal to the New Flyer declaring war on the Kamla Empire. The consequences of this would be very serious, so Manager Aldrich didn't dare do this. After thinking about it, Manager Aldrich tentatively said, Commander Lewis, we're just doing normal business according to the company's plan. It won't affect your ban at all, right? No. Commander Lewis's firm reply came from the magic communicator. You violated this prohibition by entering this region of the sea during this period of time. If it wasn't for the sake of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, we would have sunk you first. I'll warn you again, immediately leave this area. Manager Aldrich was a bit angry, but looking at the over 100 ships with the Kamla Empire's flag on them, he could only give a bitter laugh and say with a sigh, All right, we'll go back now. Commander Lewis, regarding what happened today, I will definitely go back and report it to Sir President. This was a small counterattack that he wasn't willing to give up. However, Commander Lewis didn't move at all. There was a cold laugh that came from the magic communicator. Even if Chairman Su was here, he would make the same choice as you. Manager Aldrich helplessly shook his head before nodding to his assistant beside him. Send down the order. Everyone will return to Nissi Harbor first. The 2 large transport magic ships and 10 guard ships of the New Flyer's 3rd transport fleet turned around and prepared to return to Nissi Harbor. Who would have thought that when they moved, there would be 2 large sounds that came from nearby? Aldrich turned in a daze and saw 2 large drops of water falling down. After being stunned for a bit, he picked up the magic communicator and said in a sharp voice, Commander Lewis, what do you mean by this? Commander Lewis's cold voice came from the magic communicator. Manager Aldrich, did your fleet just leave the Kingdom of Ruhr? So what if we did? Manager Aldrich swallowed these words and forced himself to calm down before asking back in a deep voice, How is this related to you? I think you should know that our Kamla Empire has already placed a complete blockade on the Kingdom of Ruhr. If you just left the Kingdom of Ruhr, you would have violated this ban. I have reason to suspect that your ships have people and goods related to the Kingdom of Ruhr. I want you to immediately stop and accept our inspection. This is simply going too far. Manager Aldrich was filled with rage, but his rationality told him that he couldn't be angry right now. Otherwise, he would be accused of something. After taking a deep breath, Manager Aldrich forced himself to calm down again and said in a deep voice, Commander Lewis, your suspicions are without reason. We can leave according to your request, but we can't let you search our ships. If you refuse this request, then we will think that you are hiding something, Commander Lewis said coldly. Commander Lewis said coldly, If you're still not willing to cooperate, then don't blame us for being rude. Manager, the Kamla Empire's ships are moving. The deputy on the side suddenly reminded in a low voice. Manager Aldrich looked up and saw that the Kamla Empire's fleet in the distance was indeed moving slowly and surrounding them. From this posture, It was clear that they were planning to surround them and not leave any room for escape. "Manager, what do we do now?" Manager Aldrich narrowed his eyes and looked at the approaching Camla Empire's fleet. He took a few deep breaths, pulled the deputy over, and whispered in his ear, "If anything happens, the 10 frigates will immediately choose to break out. Do not hesitate." The deputy was stunned. "Then what about those 2 ships? Those 2 ships are too slow. It's hard for them to escape. Just leave them here." After saying this, Manager Aldrich gritted his teeth as his heart filled with pain. Since he was the manager of the New Flyer's 3rd transport fleet, he had never let anything happen to the ships under him. He never thought that the first time there was a problem, he would have to abandon 2 expensive large transport magic ships. This was quite a big loss. But no buts. Manager Aldrich interrupted his assistant. Manager Aldrich cut him off. "It's impossible for us to fight the Camla Empire, so we can only run now." The deputy's expression changed before he finally nodded and accepted this order. "Quickly prepare. I'll stall for some time." Manager Aldrich patted his shoulder and had him leave before opening the magic communicator again. "Commander Lewis, please stop. I'm willing to accept your request." "Oh." Commander Lewis was a bit surprised. "You're willing to let us search?" "Yes," Manager Aldrich replied. "But this matter is too important. So, if I agree without permission, I will definitely be punished when I return to the company. So I hope that Commander Lewis can give me some time to contact Sir Chairman or Sir CEO and explain the situation." "Contact Chairman Sue." There was a trace of disbelief in Commander Lewis's voice. Commander Lewis's voice was filled with doubt. "This place is over 2,000 kilometers away from the Principality of Constantine. How will you contact Chairman Sue?" "Our company has a special method that can allow me to contact Sir Chairman in a short amount of time." "Commander Lewis, can you give me half an hour?" "Are you certain that you can get a reply from Chairman Sue in half an hour?" "I'm certain." The magic communicator was silent for a bit before the Camla Empire's fleet that was approaching slowly stopped. But these ships still spread out on the sea and surrounded all the ships of the New Flyer's 3rd transport fleet. "I'll give you half an hour. If you don't reply in half an hour, I won't wait any longer." Commander Lewis's cold voice came from the magic communicator again. "All right," Manager Aldrich replied. After a while, a magic airship suddenly flew out of Manager Aldrich's large transport magic ship, quickly heading northwest towards the endless seas. Chapter 907. Commander Lewis looked away from the magic airship disappearing into the distance and turned to Count Russell beside him with a bit of doubt. "Sir Russell, this place is over 2,000 kilometers away from the Principality of Constantine. No matter how fast the magic airship is, it's impossible for them to get a reply from Sue E in half an hour, right? What are those New Flyer fellows thinking?" Count Russell was still looking in the direction the magic airship disappeared in, as if he wanted to keep it in his line of sight. Hearing Commander Lewis's question, he shook his head and said with a serious look, "The New Flyer always does strange things. Since they said that they could contact Sue E in half an hour, it's possible no matter how far the distance is. You really hold the New Flyer in high esteem." Commander Lewis gave a shrug. This Deputy Chief of Staff Russell was known in the Camla Empire's Navy for holding the New Flyer in high esteem. It was like in his eyes, the New Flyer was simply omnipotent. This is a fact. Count Russell looked away and looked at Commander Lewis with a serious expression. "I've seen the New Flyer create many strange things, so if you don't care about it, you'll definitely suffer a large loss." Commander Lewis gave a laugh, clearly not believing him. But he was too lazy to argue with Russell, who was only in name. After thinking about it, he asked, "Sir Russell, why do you think the Empire's army headquarters arranged this operation?" Count Russell looked at him. "Why are you asking this? The Kingdom of Ruhr doesn't have a navy and they don't have the ability to transport goods by sea. The only one with the ability to do this is the New Flyer. Our operation this time, isn't it clear that we're targeting the New Flyer? I'm very curious. The matter the Empire was discussing before was how to obtain some military magic machines through cooperating with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Why is it that in the blink of an eye, they want to deal with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce? How could I know what those important people are thinking? Count Russell softly replied. Seeing Count Russell's cold response, Commander Lewis couldn't help feeling a bit bored. Turning to look at the 12 magic boats of a new flyer that were surrounded by their ships, Commander Lewis couldn't help revealing a smile. The 3 guard ships that the new flyer sold to the Kamla Empire's navy far surpassed traditional wooden ships, so all the Kamla Empire's fleets wanted them. But one, the Kamla Empire's navy had a limited budget, so it was impossible for them to buy large amounts of guard ships from the new flyer. 2, even if they wanted to buy them, the new flyer wouldn't give them that much. So up to this point, the Kamla Empire's navy only had the 3 guard ships that they bought the first time. In front of Commander Lewis, there were 10 guard ships and 2 large transport magic boats that countless people drooled over. As long as the new flyer let them search the ships, the Kamla Empire's navy would find a chance to take control of these magic boats and take them into their hands. Because the one in charge of this operation was their Kamla Empire's first fleet, and the first fleet was the main fleet of the Empire, if nothing unexpected happened, even if not all the magic boats would be given to the first fleet, most of them would be given to them. If they could get 5 or more guard ships and 1 large transport magic boat, Commander Lewis was certain that the first fleet would be much stronger. Although Count Russell had cautiously warned Commander Lewis that the new flyer's transport fleet wouldn't give in that easily, Commander Lewis wasn't worried at all. Even if the guard ships of a new flyer were strong, they couldn't break through the encirclement of over 100 Thundergrade warships. Not to mention that they had 2 large transport magic boats as burdens, so it was impossible for them to escape together. The reason Commander Lewis was confident was that he was certain that the fleet of the Shinfei merchants wouldn't dare resist at all. Even if the new flyer had developed fast and their technology was advanced, they were only a company in the end. How could they dare fight the strongest Kamla Empire on the continent? Thinking of this, Commander Lewis looked at the 10 shining steel ships in the distance and couldn't help revealing a happy smile, like he was looking at a treasure in his hands. These ships, he would definitely take them. Hashtag, half an hour wasn't considered fast, but it wasn't considered slow either. The sun that was hanging above them had only moved a bit to the west, but there was a black figure that was quickly approaching from the west. After a while, this black shadow turned into a magic airship that was quickly flying. Seeing the appearance of this magic airship, the sea that had been silent because of the confrontation between the 2 sides suddenly became lively. Everyone's eyes were focused on the magic airship. They watched it fly over one of the large transport magic ships of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's fleet before slowly falling down. Manager Aldel and his 2 assistants who had been waiting at the dock for the magic airship quickly came over. As soon as the magic airship's hatch opened, they couldn't wait any longer as they charged in. A middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the new flyer guards was preparing to charge out of the magic airship. They were caught off guard and almost bumped into each other. Manager Aldel was surprised and moved to the side. He found that this person was the captain of the magic airship, Ulysses, so he immediately asked, "How is it?" Did Sir Chairman reply? Ulysses nodded yes. We flew to the nearest communication point and contacted Sir Chairman through the Magic Communication Network. After reporting the situation to Sir Chairman gave a clear order. What was Sir Chairman's order? Manager Aldel immediately asked. Ulysses looked around before signaling Manager Aldel with his eyes before getting off the magic airship. Manager Aldel understood and followed Ulysses, entering a sealed room on the magic boat. Ulysses took out a magic communicator from his chest and waved it at Manager Aldel. I recorded Sir Chairman's order. You can listen to it yourself. Manager Aldel nodded. He took the magic communicator and skillfully found the play button on it. The new flyer fleet sailed on the sea all year round, so it was very hard to receive orders from the high-level members of the company. Later, Akali thought of a method, which was to use the magic array of the Magic Communication Network. After making some improvements, it had the ability to record sound and then play it through the magic communicator. This way, The orders would be clearer and harder to imitate. Moreover, as long as the magic airship could enter the new flyer's magic communication network, they could do this at any time. Compared to before, when a fleet entered the endless seas, they wouldn't be able to contact the company for a long time, so there were many orders that couldn't be sent. After Manager Aldel pressed the button, there was Su Yi's familiar voice that came from the magic communicator. Manager Aldel, I'm giving you an official order as the company's chairman. Hearing this, Manager Aldrich couldn't help but straighten his back and listen attentively. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce's transport fleet and guard fleet are important assets of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce that can't be separated. They represent the interests of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, so no one or any power is allowed to invade them. I order you to reject the unreasonable request of the Canla Empire's Navy. If the Canla Empire's Navy tries to use force, I will give you the right to fight back or retreat. Hearing this, Manager Aldel was stunned. Sir Chairman's meaning was actually to have him ignore the request of the Canla Empire's Navy and even fight back? God above, was Sir Chairman crazy? He actually wanted to attack the Canla Empire's army. Manager Aldel's lips twitched. He looked at Ulysses on the other side and found that his expression was more normal than his own. But the strange look in his eyes showed that he didn't understand Sir Chairman's order. After waiting for a while, Manager Aldel found that the recording stopped and Sir Chairman didn't give any further orders. Ulysses, what do you think? Manager Aldel turned off the magic communicator and hesitantly asked Ulysses this. Don't ask me. You are the commander of this fleet, Ulysses said. Manager Aldel couldn't help but curse. He grabbed Ulysses' collar and stared into his eyes. He roared in a low voice. F***CK, that damn commander. Tell me, what should we do now? Sir Chairman must be crazy. He actually wants us to attack the Canla Empire's Navy. Doesn't he know that this is equivalent to declaring war on the Canla Empire? Ulysses looked at him and coldly said, Sir Chairman of course knows this better than you. Then what does Sir Chairman want to do? Does he really want to declare war on the Canla Empire? I don't know. What Sir Chairman wants to do is not something I need to care about. I only know that Sir Chairman has already given the order. The only thing we need to do is to carry out this order. Looking at Ulysses's expressionless face, Manager Aldrich froze for a moment. Then he spat hard. This Ulysses belonged to the Chamber of Commerce's guards. He had always been taught that the chairman's orders were the most important. Arguing with Ulysses about this issue was like playing the lute to a cow. Manager Aldel was about to speak again when he suddenly heard a loud noise outside the ship. It shook the small room. Manager Aldel's face immediately changed. Damn, those guys from the Canla Empire are attacking. Why didn't they say anything first? Manager Aldel was about to rush out of the room, but he was stopped by Ulysses. What? Manager Aldel, please make a decision immediately. Should we fight back or retreat? Manager Aldel froze for a moment and then waved his hand. Nonsense. Fire at full power. Kill those bastards from the Canla Empire. Chapter 908. The palace of the Canla Empire was located in the northern center of the capital, Wimbledon City. It was located on a small hill that was far higher than the surrounding plains. This small hill was originally the only high ground in the surrounding plains. The palace was built especially high, so when the citizens of Wimbledon City looked up, they would be able to see the palace in the distance. And the great emperor of the Canla Empire would hold a court meeting every morning in the most conspicuous building of the palace. It was also the core of the Canla Empire's government affairs, the Great Hall of Government. He would listen to the reports of the ministers of the empire. Normally, this court meeting was just a formality. Some important matters would be done, and some brief reports would be given to the emperor. As for the specific implementation, it would be dealt with after the court meeting. Therefore, most of the time, His Majesty would only sit on a tall chair, looking down at the ministers below and listening attentively. But today, the Honorable Emperor of the Canla Empire, Debor 17, stood up from his tall chair. His face was full of anger as he stared at the middle-aged man in the Kamla Empire's general uniform. The great empire's navy couldn't even deal with a mere merchant's fleet. Instead, they were beaten to a pulp. They lost over 70% of their ships. Duke Warner, this is the empire's navy that you command? This is the empire's navy that the empire spends tens of millions of gold coins on every year? The middle-aged man lowered his head even more, but he didn't respond. Seeing that he didn't respond, DeBoer 17 became even angrier. Very good. Since the empire spends tens of millions of gold coins every year to raise a bunch of trash, then what do we need you for? From today onwards, the empire's navy will be completely removed. I don't want to spend any more money on trash like you. Hearing DeBoer XVI's words, Duke Warner suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Although the empire's navy had always been in doubt and debate, and even the military's budget for the empire's navy was lowered every year, the emperor had never expressed his opinion. So the impact wasn't fatal. But now the emperor was furious because of the empire's navy's defeat against the New Flyer fleet. He even said that the empire's navy would be abolished. If someone took this opportunity to make a fuss, it could have a fatal impact on the empire's navy. Your Majesty, you can't. The one who shouted this wasn't Duke Warner. Rather, it was the Kandra Empire's finance minister Marquis Hastrai standing to the right of Duke Warner. Seeing him jump out, not only the ministers, but even DeBoer 17 was shocked. Because the empire's navy had always taken a lot of the empire's budget, the empire's finance department had always been very negative towards the empire's navy. Now that His Majesty had declared that he was going to remove the Imperial Navy out of anger, the Ministry of Finance should be the happiest. Why did Hastrai Marquis jump out to oppose it? DeBoer 17 looked at him strangely. Hastrai Marquis, why can't you? If you don't give a convincing reason, then don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing DeBoer XVI's sinister tone, all the ministers felt a chill in their hearts. It seemed that His Majesty was really angry this time. If they still wanted to provoke him at this time, then they would really be in big trouble. Hastrai Marquis wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. It was clear that he was under a lot of pressure. But after calming himself down, he forced himself to remain calm and said, Your Majesty, I don't know much about war, so I won't comment on it. But as the finance minister, I want to prove the meaning of the empire's navy from my perspective. Everyone looked at him with surprise. The meaning of the empire's navy's financial existence? Wasn't it meaningless apart from consuming tens of millions of gold coins of the empire's budget every year? Oh, tell me about it. DeBoer XVI's curiosity was piqued. Your Majesty, it is true that the empire's navy eats tens of millions of gold every year from the empire's financial budget. And in the past few years, at least in the years I've been in office, there has been no production or actual contribution. It can be said to be meaningless. Hearing this, all the ministers couldn't help but nod. This was in line with their impression and evaluation of the empire's navy. But Hastrai Marquis suddenly changed the topic and raised his voice. This situation has clearly improved in the past 2 years. Although I can't give you specific statistics, but in the past 2 years, the pirates in the southern seas of the empire have disappeared under the attack of the empire's navy. This has greatly increased the shipping industry in the southern seas of the empire. Just the 3 seaports in the south of the empire under the protection of the empire's navy alone have paid more than 7 million gold coins in taxes this year. 7 million gold? The surrounding ministers all looked surprised. Although 7 million gold in taxes wasn't much to the enormous Kamla Empire, the empire's treasury didn't report the taxes. But before this, the empire's Ministry of Finance had never made any reports on the taxes collected by the southern port, which was equivalent to nothing. But now, in just a year's time, this number, which was close to zero, had suddenly skyrocketed to 7 million gold coins. This was really too surprising. Is it only from the taxes collected by the sea? DeBoer 17 asked. Yes. Hastrai Marquis nodded. These 7 million gold coins are all from the taxes collected from the 3 seaports. And the impact of this is far from just that. Because of the development of the sea, The commerce in the southern seas of the empire has greatly increased. Therefore, the taxes paid by the cities in the southern seas of the empire have also greatly increased. Compared to last year, the city with the biggest increase has even exceeded 300%. 300%? Hastri Marquis, are you joking? A minister couldn't help but ask. Debord 17 frowned. Hastri Marquis, this number isn't a joke. Are you sure? Yes, Your Majesty, the Treasury already has the detailed statistics. You can review it at any time. This is related to the empire's finances, so I definitely wouldn't joke about it. Hastri Marquis said proudly. Debord 17 lightly nodded. Of course, he believed that Hastri Marquis wouldn't lie about this because there was no benefit to it. Moreover, it would be very easy to see through it. He wouldn't take such a big risk to lie to the emperor in front of everyone. In other words, because of the navy, the southern seas of the empire have been cleared of pirates, allowing the sea trade to flourish. This has greatly improved the financial situation of the southern seas of the empire, and the degree of improvement is very exaggerated. Hastri Marquis, is this what you mean? Debord 17 asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Hastri Marquis said with a serious expression. If the existence of the empire's navy didn't show any specific meaning in the past, then I am certain that because of the existence of the empire's navy, the sea trade has flourished. If we can increase the investment in this area, I believe it will be a great help to the empire's finances. Is that so? Debord 17 glanced at the silent Duke Warner and suddenly asked. Then Duke Warner, tell me, why was the empire's navy unable to clear out the rampant pirates in the southern seas for so many years, but suddenly was able to do it in 2 years? That's right. Everyone reacted quickly and looked at Duke Warner. However, everyone noticed that after being asked this question, Duke Warner's expression was a bit awkward. Everyone was surprised. Duke Warner's reputation and status in the Kamla Empire was very high. What could make him feel awkward? Speak. Debord 17 urged in a deep voice. Duke Warner bitterly smiled and bowed to Debord 17. He sighed and said, Your Majesty, the reason why the Navy was able to clear out all the pirates in the southern seas of the Empire and even the surrounding seas was because of the new flyers' escort fleet. Hearing this answer, the ministers and Debord 17 were dumbfounded. How is it related to the new flyer again? Debord 17 frowned slightly. He suddenly realized that because he always thought that the Empire's navy was too small, he didn't care much about it. He didn't even know what the Empire's navy was doing. Based on the answer Duke Warner gave, the changes in the Royal Navy in the past 2 years had a strong connection to the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce. It even made Duke Warner say that it was mainly because of the help of the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce's guard fleet that the Royal Navy could clear out the pirates in the southern seas. Judging from this point, it could be seen that the new flyer's escort fleet was far more capable than the Empire's navy. Otherwise, why would the Empire's navy be unable to clear out the pirates for so many years? With the help of the new flyer's escort fleet, they could have done it. Thinking back to the news that the Empire's navy was defeated by the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce's fleet, this inference was even more proven. Debord 17 slowly sat back in his chair and calmed down. He said to Duke Warner, Duke Warner, come, introduce the new flyer's escort fleet. Why is a mere Chamber of Commerce's fleet stronger than our grand Kamla Empire's navy? Duke Warner was just about to speak when Hastri Marquis suddenly interrupted. Your Majesty, can I introduce the new flyer to you first? I think that as long as you listen to my introduction, you should understand why the new flyer's escort fleet is so powerful. Debord 17 frowned slightly because his question was interrupted by Hastri Marquis. He felt a trace of displeasure, but his curiosity about the new flyer made him overlook this trace of displeasure. All right, then introduce this new flyer to me. I want to see what's so special about this Chamber of Commerce that it can make our Empire's 2 most important ministers talk about it. Marquis Hastri respectfully gave Debord 17 a bow. After thinking for a bit, he said, Your Majesty, actually, I've always been looking for a good chance to introduce the Frestech Chamber of Commerce to you, because I feel that the Empire must place enough importance on this company. Chapter 909. Hey, Heinz, have you ever heard of someone being beaten and still wanting to cooperate with the other side with a smile? He put down the document in his hand and spoke to Heinz on the side with a smile. I've never seen such a cheap person, but if it's a country, then it wouldn't be strange at all. Heinz took the document and glanced at it as he chuckled. It looks like you were right before. The Kamla Empire is cheap like this. If we don't beat them up, they won't take us seriously. I guess what kind of reaction they would have, but I didn't expect them to react so quickly. He shook his head. I originally wanted to beat them up a few times before they learned their lesson, but I didn't think that they would immediately react after being beaten up once. This is really out of my expectations. What do you think the Kamla Empire relied on to stand tall on this continent for thousands of years without falling? Heinz rolled his eyes at Sue. Let me tell you, the Kamla Empire is very big, and there are many capable people in it. Many of them must have already discovered the potential of our new flyer and will take us seriously. It's just that they are using this opportunity to show it. That's right. This time, the document actually mentioned the Emperor of the Kamla Empire. In other words, this time our small company has finally entered the sight of the Honorable Emperor. Speaking to here, he shook his head and sighed. To be honest, I'm not sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Heinz stretched his body and stood up. He even yawned beside him. Okay, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, it has nothing to do with me now. Anyways, I'm officially retiring today. The company has you as the president, so I have nothing to worry about. From tomorrow onwards, I'm going to enjoy my leisurely retirement life. Looking at Heinz's relaxed expression, he revealed a smile from the bottom of his heart. Heinz, the most important partner in creating the Frestech Chamber of Commerce with him, had finally decided to retire today, which was his 55th birthday. If this age was placed on Earth, it could be considered the prime of life, far from the age of retirement. But for signs where the average age of humans was less than 40 years old, the 55-year-old Heinz was already considered old. In fact, Heinz already had the idea of retiring a few years ago, but because New Flyer was at an important juncture of rapid development, he couldn't make up his mind. But this year, New Flyer finally officially opened the huge market of the Malar Empire and Kamla Empire, allowing the company's development to take a huge step forward. This also made him feel at ease, so he decided to truly retire. When he and Sue discussed this decision in private, he also told Sue another important reason for his decision to retire. Heinz felt that he was only an ordinary grocery store owner in a small town. Although he had improved a lot over the years, in terms of experience, vision, and so on, he clearly couldn't keep up with the current New Flyer. Continuing to stay in the company wouldn't be of much use. He didn't want to stay and be a useless person who might even become a burden, so he decided to simply retire. Even though Sue firmly rejected this idea, saying that even if he didn't do anything in the company, he would still be of great help to the company. This was because with his experience and reputation in the company, as well as his good relationships with many people, he could help the company develop smoothly in many ways. However, Heinz still rejected Sue's advice and insisted on retiring. Seeing Heinz's firm will, Sue couldn't keep persuading him and could only agree to his decision to retire. Starting tomorrow, Heinz would officially step down as the New Flyer's vice chairman and wouldn't hold any position in the New Flyer. He would keep his status as a shareholder, but he wouldn't participate in any decisions of the company. This was, of course, a good thing for Heinz because with his status as the New Flyer's biggest shareholder other than Sue, he earned at least 3 million gold coins a year. This was enough for him to become one of the richest people in the Lampari Kingdom. With such strong financial resources, he could live as he wished after retiring. For example, he had already planned with his wife, Aunt Rhea. After he retired, he would travel all over the signs, seeing all kinds of legendary sceneries. For this, he had even used his personal wealth to buy a magic airship from the New Flyer. At the same time, he had learned how to fly the magic airship, so that he could travel more easily with the magic airship. At the same time, in order to give his old friend the best trip, Sue-Yi had even drawn up a design for the magic RV. He had ordered the Academy of Magic and the Magic Machine Development Center to develop it as soon as possible. This new magic RV was drawn by Sue-Yi based on the concept of an RV from Earth, but it was even more luxurious. Just the estimated cost alone was 90,000 gold coins. According to Sue-Yi's thoughts, once this magic RV was developed and mass-produced, it would definitely attract the attention of the nobles who wanted to travel, and its prospects couldn't be underestimated. So this wasn't just a design for Heinz. It was also a new source of profit for the New Flyers Magic Car Department. How good would it be if we had this magic RV now? Then Rhea and I would be able to stop on our way, eating, drinking, and sleeping whenever we wanted. How convenient would that be? Hearing Sue-Yi mention the magic RV again, Heinz couldn't help revealing a look of yearning. Sue-Yi gave a shrug. There's no other way. This thing is more complicated than a normal magic car. Moreover, because we have to consider the needs of the household, there are more details that need to be considered, so it isn't that easy to develop. Yes, I know that. I'm just lamenting. Heinz nodded. Heinz gave a nod. Anyway, Rhea and I aren't planning on going too far in the first 2 years. We'll just go around the surrounding countries. There are roads all over the surrounding countries, so we could go to many places with the magic sedan. It's enough. All right, it'll take at most 2 years. No, it should only take a year to finish developing this magic RV. When the time comes, the first one will definitely be yours and Big Sister Rhea's. Sue-Yi said with a smile. All right, I'll just use the magic airship. Heinz gave 2 laughs before looking around. He walked to the window and looked outside before taking a deep breath. He turned to pat Sue-Yi's shoulder and said with a serious look, All right, Sue-Yi, after I'm gone, the new flyer will depend on you alone. You need to be careful. Sue-Yi nodded with a faint smile. I will. Heinz patted Sue-Yi's shoulder again before looking around with a bit of reluctance before opening the door and walking out. Seeing the door slowly close, Sue-Yi's heart was filled with strong emotions. Since he decided to establish the new flyer, it had already been over 9 years. Some people said that 10 years was a major turning point in one's life. For a company, it didn't need 10 years. Just 9 years was enough for it to go from nothing, from being weak to being strong, and from being strong to being weak again until it completely disappeared. The new flyer being able to develop to its current state in these 9 years. Although Sue-Yi could say that he had contributed the most, if it wasn't for Heinz's strong support in the beginning, it would have been very difficult for the new flyer to be established. Over the years, although Heinz's role in the company had become smaller and smaller, to the point that many high-level members who joined later didn't have a deep impression of him as the only vice chairman of the new flyer, Heinz still did his best and didn't slack off at all. Now that he finally decided to retire and enjoy his life, Sue-Yi was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. However, with such an old partner leaving his side, Sue-Yi still felt a strong sense of loss and reluctance. If Heinz was the one who left today, who would be the one leaving tomorrow? After being in a daze for a while, Sue-Yi pressed a button on the table. A moment later, Tvisty pushed open the door and walked in. Sir President, do you have any orders? Sue-Yi smiled at her. Could it be that you shouldn't add a deer in front of my name now? Tvisty blinked and seriously retorted. Sir President, it's working hours now. It's not appropriate for me to add this name, right? Sue-Yi helplessly rolled his eyes. He thought that Tvisty was an elf after all. She wouldn't be embarrassed like a normal human girl. Even if Elder Lysania was the witness that Tvisty and Sue-Yi's partnership had been confirmed, Tvisty still acted the same in front of him. This was a far cry from Steel, who was much closer to a human. Okay, since it's working hours, then I won't joke around. Go and call Alex over for me. Yes. After around 20 minutes, Alex appeared in front of Sue-Yi with a look of doubt and a bit of surprise. Sue-Yi glanced at him and found that although he was wearing a full set of work clothes, he looked very neat and clean. Even his hair was meticulously combed without a single strand out of place. Under normal circumstances, everyone would probably praise this young man for being good at dressing himself up. But Sui couldn't help but snort when he saw Alex's appearance. Chapter 9:10. Hearing this cold snort, Alex's entire body quivered. He immediately straightened his body and stared straight ahead, not daring to move. Although Sui was only 5 years older than Alex, because of Sui's status and the fact that Sui and Hines were close friends, Alex naturally placed himself in a very low position in front of Sui. In addition, Alex had made a very serious mistake before. If it wasn't for Sui giving Hines face and not pursuing the matter, he would probably still be squatting in prison, unable to get out. So every time he saw Sui, Alex would always feel a bit of fear in his heart. Being suddenly called over by Sui and not being told the reason ahead of time, it really made his heart feel unsettled. "Alex," Sui suddenly called out. Here. Yes, Sir President. Do you have any orders?" Alex asked cautiously. Sui glanced at him and lightly snorted. "I heard that you've been doing nothing recently. Is it because you feel that staying in the headquarters is inconveniencing you? Is it very boring?" Alex jumped in fright and quickly waved his hand. He forcefully shook his head and said, No, Sir Chairman. It's not boring at all, really. I have a lot of things to do every day. How could I be bored?" "Is that so?" Sui glanced at his incomparably clean clothes and couldn't help but snort again. Because Alex had made a big mistake before, Sui had transferred him back from Ambalmar City. He had originally planned to put him into the transport fleet and let him start as a transport driver. Then he would be promoted depending on the situation. In the end, Alex had only worked for 2 months before he complained that being a transport driver was too tiring, and he complained that he didn't want to do it. With no other choice, Sui could only transfer him back to the new flyer headquarters and give him a job in the administration building that didn't have much work and didn't have much influence. He could only eat and wait for death every day. Alex was very satisfied with this job because it was extremely leisurely. The work he needed to do every day was pitifully little and the salary wasn't low. Besides having no actual power, there was nothing bad about it. Hines was also very clear about Alex's personality and approved of Sui's arrangement. Originally, if nothing unexpected happened, Alex might have been able to stay in this position forever. Sui normally wouldn't even think of this person. But today, when Hines officially announced his retirement, Sui sighed and suddenly thought of Alex. Even though Hines wasn't very satisfied with his nephew's personality and other aspects, this was still his nephew that his sister had entrusted to him. He had always treated Alex as his own son and could be considered to have doted on him. Before, every time he talked about Alex with Sui, Hines would always blame himself. He said that he didn't teach this nephew well and didn't let him truly stand out. Sui had previously been unmoved by Hines's size, but today, after being moved by Hines's departure, he felt that he should help Alex again and give him a chance. It could also be considered as comforting the retired Hines. "Alex, are you satisfied with your current job?" Thinking of this, Sui asked. Alex's eyes turned, and he immediately nodded. Very satisfied, very satisfied. "Sir Chairman, my current job is really too good." "Do you really think so?" Sui grinned. "I originally said that your performance in this period of time could be considered good, and that I was planning to give you a more promising job. But since you're very satisfied with your current job, then it seems like there's no need to change." Alex stared blankly, then his eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands and smiled embarrassedly. "Sir Chairman, although I'm very satisfied with my current job, but, you see, if I can change to a more promising job, I'd also be very happy. Can you tell me what this job is?" Sui smiled and pulled out a document from the table and threw it over. "See for yourself." Alex took the document and couldn't wait to open it. With just a glance, his eyes widened. The more he read, the more excited he became. After reading it once, Alex couldn't help but carefully read it from the beginning. Only then did he ask Sui with a face full of disbelief, Sir Chairman, you really want to send me to be the supervisor of this office? This is Wimbledon City. This is the capital of the Kamla Empire. Such an important place. You really don't have to worry about letting me go? If I said that I don't have to worry about it, would you believe me? He smiled and asked. The smile on Alex's face immediately froze. Then he forced a dry laugh. Sir Chairman, you don't have to worry about me. It's normal, after all, enough. He waved his hand and interrupted him. I've already decided. I'll let you be the supervisor, because you're one of the few experienced people in the Chamber of Commerce. It's not good to let you stay here all day doing nothing. Of course, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This is all because of your uncle. Otherwise, I could find someone else, understand? Understood. Of course I understand. Alex nodded. Sir Chairman, I promise you, this time I'll do my best to run this Wimbledon City office to the best of my ability. I want everyone in the Kamla Empire to be familiar with our new flyer. Good. It's good to have courage. Sui nodded and praised. You can leave now and think about the initial arrangements. If there are no accidents, after the new year, the office will officially start construction. You only have half a month to think about it. Okay. Alex nodded and looked at Sui for a while. Seeing that he didn't have any more instructions, he bowed respectfully to Sui and left. After Alex left, Tvisti suddenly said, Sir Chairman, didn't Alex betray the Chamber of Commerce before? Why are you giving him such an important position? Aren't you worried that he'll make the same mistake again? Remember, Tvisti, we humans aren't like you elves. We won't completely reject someone based on their past mistakes. Instead, we'll give them a chance to correct themselves. Although Alex did make a serious mistake in the past, I'm still willing to give him a chance. In addition, I have to admit that Alex's ability in this area is very good. As long as he's willing to work hard, I feel that there will be results. Tvisti was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, Actually, it's mainly because of Vice Chairman Hines, right? Sui froze for a moment before smiling awkwardly. What? You can also see these things now? Us elves have a strong learning ability. It's not strange that I can see this. Tvisti shook her head. However, Sir President, I still object to your decision. This Alex, give me a bad feeling. Sui shrugged. If I told you that the importance I place on the internal market of the Kamla Empire is completely different from the importance I place on the Malar Empire, what would you think? Tvisti was at a loss. I don't know. Okay, you'll understand the difference in the future. It's about time. Let's go to the conference room. They're definitely waiting. When Sui and Tvisti walked into the largest conference room in the new Flyer Administrative Building, the discussion inside was in full swing. From the CEO, Kennard, sitting at the front, to the middle managers of New Flyer sitting at the back, everyone had a happy smile on their faces. The conference room was filled with a jubilant and joyful atmosphere. It was extremely lively. When they saw Sui walk in, everyone immediately stopped the discussion and stood up. Their eyes were focused on Sui. Many people's eyes revealed undisguised respect and even admiration. Sui enjoyed everyone's gaze with a clear conscience. He went to the president's seat at the top of the conference room and sat down. Sit down. Sui gestured for everyone to sit down. Then, he turned to Kennard and smiled. Okay, Kennard, let's start this year's year-end summary meeting. Kennard didn't sit down at all. He looked at the year-end report in his hand and threw it on the table. He looked around and said loudly, First, I'll tell everyone a piece of good news. Our new Flyer's annual profit this year is the same as in previous years. It has achieved a large increase again. Although we don't have accurate data yet, we can be sure that it has broken through 50 million gold coins. Wow! After a moment of silence in the conference room, there was a thunderous applause. Although Kennard had already revealed to them that the Chamber of Commerce's annual profit had increased again, no one expected it to increase to 50 million gold coins all of a sudden. It had to be known that New Flyer's annual profit last year was only 30 million gold coins. But this year, it had increased by nearly 20 million gold coins. This increase was so shocking that people couldn't believe it. A Chamber of Commerce's development would always follow a normal pattern. In the beginning, it might develop quickly from nothing to something, and the increase might seem exaggerated. But after developing to a certain extent, this increase would gradually stabilize. New Flyer's annual profit had increased by several million gold coins in the past few years. It was only last year that it broke through 30 million gold coins, which was already very shocking. But this year, it suddenly increased by close to 20 million gold coins. This was simply unimaginable. What? Is everyone surprised? Su-yi chuckled as he looked at the surprised expressions on the faces of the Chamber of Commerce's executives. He paused for a moment before continuing. If 50 million gold coins is enough to make you all so shocked, then if you hear my target for the Chamber of Commerce's annual profit next year, I suspect that your jaws will fall off from shock. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The head of the household magic machine department, Encado, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and carefully asked, Sir Chairman, what is your target for next year? Su-yi smiled as he raised his right index finger, 100 million gold coins. The conference room suddenly became silent. Chapter 911. The new year had just passed, and the bitter cold of winter still shrouded the entire signs. The Malar Empire was located in the north of the continent. Every winter, it was naturally colder than the countries in the south of the continent. And the small city of Stratholme, located in the northernmost part of the Malar Empire, was not only colder than the other places on the continent, but it was also a completely different world. The cold wind blowing from the endless sea to the south of the continent could only be considered a gentle breeze, making people feel a slight chill. But when the small city of Stratholme faced this cold wind, they would find that this wind was like a sharp blade brushing against their face, causing a stinging pain. See, a cold wind blew in their faces, causing Hogan and Ricardo to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. They couldn't help but wrap their leather jackets tighter around their bodies. Their necks shrunk, and even their exposed eyes couldn't help but squint, leaving only a small slit to look towards the north. Hey, Ricardo, it's such a cold day. Even if we meet up with the people from the transport fleet, how are we going to transport the goods back? Hogan's voice was extremely muffled through the mask, making Ricardo feel a little strange. But of course, this wasn't the problem that Ricardo was concerned about. He glanced at the distant sea and shook his head with a bitter smile. We can only take one step at a time. It was all because those guys from the transport fleet didn't follow the plan at all. They were 2 months late than the scheduled time. If they had arrived 2 months ago, the weather wouldn't be so cold, and it would be much easier. Hogan was silent for a moment, then sighed. We can't blame them. After all, they came from a place as far away as Stantine. They went around the entire continent to get here. The journey was so long, and the situation on the sea was so complicated. It was inevitable that they would encounter some unexpected situations. To be honest, it's already very good that they were able to arrive safely. That's right, Ricardo replied, and looked at the Stratholme harbor that appeared in the distance. This port was originally the largest port in the north of the Malar Empire. After signing an agreement with the Malar Empire last year, the New Flyer invested 3 million gold coins to renovate and expand this port into a new type of port that could accommodate large ships. The fleet that New Flyer sent out last year was led by Unravel to explore the northern waters. Their destination was this harbor. According to the original plan, the New Flyer transport fleet, led by Unravel, should have arrived in October of last year. At that time, it was still early winter in the Malar Empire, and the weather was still normal. However, the first fleet had been on the sea for over 2 months and had even lost contact with them. The New Flyer almost thought that something had happened to them, and they had all been buried in the endless seas. It was a good thing that the 2 magic airships that Su-yi had given them had been very useful. In the middle of last month, which was half a month after they lost contact with the fleet, a magic airship flew to the Marquis of Southgard territory and brought news of the fleet. After receiving the news, the manager of the New Flyer office in the Malar Empire, Hogan, and the vice manager of the office, Ricardo, who was also the main liaison, immediately organized people and a motorcade to come to Stratholme. They had been waiting here for half a month, using the magic airship to keep in close contact with the fleet. Finally, they received the news 3 days ago that the fleet would safely arrive in Stratholme today. So although the wind was cold and the temperature outside was enough to freeze people to death, the two of them left their warm beds early in the morning and came to Stratholme Harbor. Ricardo looked at Stratholme Harbor for a bit before letting out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing. I was worried that as the weather became colder, the harbor would be completely frozen and we wouldn't be able to dock. Now it seems like no matter how cold the weather is, it's impossible to completely freeze the endless seas. Hogan revealed a smile when he heard this. We were completely scared by the rumors of those fellows in the Malheur Empire. They said that as long as it was winter, the endless seas would be completely frozen and we wouldn't be able to go out to sea at all. I thought that they were saying that the entire sea would be covered in ice, but looking at it now, there's ice, but it's just pieces of ice. It isn't much at all. You can't say that they're completely wrong. After all, the fishermen here are only small wooden boats. If they get hit by these floating ice cubes, they might fall apart, Ricardo said with a mischievous smile. Ricardo said with a laugh, when they see the steel ships of our new flyer, they will know that this bit of ice isn't a problem at all. Hogan shrugged his shoulders. It can't be helped. Who told them to be ignorant? When the fleet arrives and they see the various magic machines produced by our Chamber of Commerce, I don't know how shocked they will be. Ricardo and Hogan looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Before the two of them came to the Malheur Empire, they had a deep sense of inferiority and fear towards this huge empire. But when they really came to the Malheur Empire and stayed here for half a year, they discovered that apart from the size of the Malheur Empire, the other aspects of the Malheur Empire were much worse than the Lampari Kingdom and the Principality of Constantine. Usually, the people that the two of them came in contact with were mostly nobles and merchants of the Malheur Empire. These people were undoubtedly at the top of the Malheur Empire, and their lives were indeed extremely luxurious and luxurious. But in the eyes of Ricardo and Hogan, although these people's lives were luxurious, they were very backward in every aspect, to the point that they felt that it was very inconvenient to live here. After the two of them stayed here for half a year, not only did their reverence for this huge empire completely disappear, they even had a trace of indescribable superiority. The Marquis of Southgard and the nobles and merchants around him already made them feel superior, let alone the nobles and merchants of a small city like Stratholme. In the half a month that they were in contact with in Stratholme, all the nobles and merchants they came in contact with left them with a very strong impression: ignorant country bumpkins. Of course, in the eyes of the two of them, the living conditions of these people were even worse than the peasants of the Lampari Kingdom and the Principality of Constantine. At the very least, the peasants of the Lampari Kingdom and the Principality of Constantine wouldn't be so happy to eat meat. The two of them patiently waited for around 20 minutes before there was a familiar roar that came from the sky in the distance. The two of them looked up and saw a black shadow flying in the sky to the northwest. It quickly approached and turned into a magic airship, slowly landing on the flat ground of Stratholme Harbor. Right, Hogan, the wind is so strong right now, so why is this magic airship flying so smoothly in the sky? Don't you find it strange? Ricardo suddenly asked. Hogan was prepared to walk over, but after hearing this question, he was surprised. After tilting his head to think for a bit, he shook his head. I'm not someone from the Academy of Magic or the Research Center. How would I know if you're asking me? That's true. Ricardo shrugged. Ricardo gave a shrug. Let's ask Captain Ian later. The two of them quickly walked to the magic airship. At this time, the hatch of the magic airship had already opened, and Captain Ian of the magic airship that Ricardo had just mentioned jumped out. He came in front of the two of them and said in a loud voice, Manager Hogan, the fleet will arrive in at most an hour. Please make your preparations. Hogan nodded, all right. He didn't waste words after saying this, and turned to arrange the people he had already prepared, making the final preparations to welcome the fleet. In fact, these preparations had already been properly arranged in the past half a month. Now, all they needed to do was to confirm it again. Ricardo, who was left behind, began to discuss the specific situation with Captain Ian. Their discussion was mainly focused on whether the fleet had any special needs, such as supplies, repairs, and other things. Then they would confirm the various arrangements after the fleet arrived. For example, according to the plan, the fleet would first unload the goods in Stratholme Harbor and then sell them in Stratholme and the surrounding cities. Then they would decide how much to bring into the Malheur Empire. This sea route that had taken close to 4 months to explore, although they would communicate with the coastal countries along the way, the main task was to connect the new flyer and the Malheur Empire. In the end, it would connect with the trade route from the Principality of Constantine to the Malheur Empire, forming a complete business circle. After the two talked for a bit, Ricardo suddenly thought of the problem he had just thought of and raised it to Captain Enan. Maintain a stable flight in the sky. Captain Enan laughed before waving his hand. Manager Ricardo, it can't be that you think that the magicians of the Academy of Magic wouldn't have thought of this problem, right? No, of course I think that they would think of it, but I can't figure it out. The wind is clearly this strong, so why can a magic airship fly so smoothly? Actually, there is an aerodynamic balancing device on the magic airship. Don't ask me what this thing is because I don't know either. I just know that when there's a strong wind in the sky, the aerodynamic balancing device can be turned on and it can offset most of the wind, allowing the magic airship to maintain a stable flight in the sky. Is this amazing? Ricardo thought for a bit before guessing. The magic airship relies on wind-attributed magic to fly in the sky, so this aerodynamic balancing device should be a kind of wind-attributed magic, right? Captain Enan rolled his eyes. Don't ask me. I just know how to use it. I don't need to know the principle. Ricardo thought for a bit, but he still couldn't understand the principle. He could only helplessly say with a sigh, "All right, the things that our company makes now, even the people of the company can't understand it. I think that those fellows outside the company are dreaming if they want to copy it." Chapter 9:12. An hour later, more than 10 huge warships sailed over from the northwest side of the sea. Hogan carefully counted them and found that there were still 13 ships, so he let out a sigh of relief. Although the news he received on the way said that there were no problems with the fleet, only when he personally saw the 13 ships safely arrive could he truly feel assured. Seeing the fleet enter the harbor, the people in Statham Harbor began to busy themselves. After the first large transport magic ship stopped at the pier, Narvel came down first. When he saw Hogan and Ricardo, he gave him a big hug. "Narvel, good job." Hogan patted Narvel's shoulder and praised him in a loud voice. "When you go back this time, Sir Chairman will definitely give you a special reward." Narvel laughed. "The reward isn't important. Being able to complete Sir Chairman's task is already very good. Then again, we were late by 2 months, so it's already good that Sir Chairman didn't punish me. How could I dare ask for a reward? The situation at sea is complicated, so it's not strange that things can't go according to plan. Sir Chairman will understand," Ricardo said with a smile. Ricardo on the side said with a smile, "But Narvel, what is going on with these people?" Narvel looked in the direction Ricardo was pointing in and saw a group of people with different clothes and different appearances coming out of the large transport magic ship. "Oh, these people are representatives from the countries we passed by on the way. They heard that our new flyer had sent a fleet to explore the northern seas, so they wanted to come and take a look. I thought of Sir Chairman's orders before we set off, so I agreed." "Oh, can they represent those countries?" Hogan asked in a curious voice. "Although they can't completely represent them, it's close." Narvel said, "Sir Chairman wanted me to establish contact with as many countries as possible, so I followed his instructions. The reason why we were delayed for more than 2 months on the road has a lot to do with these things. It's like this." Hogan and Ricardo looked at each other before nodding, thinking that this reason was reasonable. Anyway, the fleet had arrived safely, so Narvel had completed his task. Next, Hogan and Ricardo would be in charge of it. Then let's leave it at that. Narvel, you and the fleet must be tired from the long journey. Ricardo and I have already arranged a place for you to stay in Stratholme City. You should go and rest. You only need to leave a few people here to help us move the goods down." Hogan said. This was a plan that had been set beforehand. But who would have thought that when Narvel heard this, he would reveal an awkward and embarrassed expression. He awkwardly smiled and hesitantly said, This. Cough, Hogan. To be honest, the ship doesn't have any of our company's goods." Hogan and Ricardo were startled. Nothing else? Why? Because they were all sold out along the way. Now, there's really nothing left sold out? Hogan and Ricardo looked at Narvel with their eyes wide open in disbelief. "How they sell out?" Ricardo asked. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He pointed at the people from other countries who had already disembarked from the ship and were looking around curiously. "Did you sell them to these countries?" Narvel honestly nodded. "When we met a country on the way, we would go ashore to contact them according to Sir Chairman's orders. Although there were 2 countries that we didn't contact, the remaining 5 countries all welcomed us. After seeing the magic machines we brought, the people of these countries welcomed them very much, so they were easily sold. Actually, if it wasn't for me deliberately controlling the quantity, we would have sold them all in the first country." Hogan and Ricardo looked at each other in blank dismay. This fleet had 2 large transport magic ships, which had a cargo capacity of over 10,000 tons. There were over 100,000 magic machines on them. These goods were prepared to deal with the large market in the north of the Malar Empire, but they never thought that they would be sold out along the way. This really was a bit unexpected. But they couldn't say that Narvel was wrong, because contacting other countries and opening up new markets was Sir Chairman's orders. Narvel doing this now, letting the people of these 5 countries know about the existence of the new flyer and magic machines, creating a demand for them, which was equal to successfully opening up the internal markets of these 5 countries. Compared to this, the Malar Empire had already been affected by the magic machines, so they didn't need to open up new markets. Rather, it was more important to open up the sea route. Looking at it like this, Narvel had done a very good job this time. Even if it took a bit longer, Sir Chairman would definitely be very satisfied once he learned of this. Of course, this gave Hogan and Ricardo a large problem. Ricardo immediately contact the office and have them bring a batch of household magic machines from the Marquis of Southgard territory. "We have already agreed with City Lord Hughes that when the fleet arrives, we will give them a batch of magic machines. Now that there are no more goods in the fleet, we can't break our promise to him, or it will affect the reputation of our company." Hogan immediately made a decision and said to Ricardo, "All right, I'll go now." Ricardo did not say anything else and turned to leave. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Narvel said with embarrassment, "Hogan, I've caused trouble for you." "It's nothing. Of course you have to follow Sir Chairman's orders." "But," Hogan frowned. "Narvel, why didn't you tell me about this beforehand? It's not like we completely lost contact." Narvel coughed, and his expression became even more apologetic. "To be honest, I really don't put this Statham City in my eyes." Hogan could only helplessly roll his eyes. "You're making it hard for me. Could it be that you don't put me in your eyes as well?" Narvel wanted to apologize again, but Hogan waved his hand to stop him. "All right, I don't mind, but you won't be able to rest. It's best if you come with me to see City Lord Hughes and explain the situation to him. Statham Port is our company's most important port in the north of the Malar Empire, so it's important to have a good relationship with City Lord Hughes." "All right, I'll listen to you." Although Narvel had been a manager of the New Flyers transport fleet for a few years, he was always on the sea and was mainly in charge of transport. He had little contact with people from other countries, so he could not compare to Hogan in terms of handling these matters. It was a good thing that the New Flyer was no longer a small company. With the development of the company, they had more and more people, otherwise they would not have been able to develop so smoothly. Since there were no more goods to unload, what the fleet needed to do was much simpler. After Hogan had his subordinates take care of the sailors, he brought Narvel and the representatives from the other countries to Statham City. Statham City's City Lord Count Hughes personally welcomed them for a lunch banquet. At the lunch banquet, Hogan apologized that the goods from the fleet had been sold out. He also said that the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce would send the same goods from elsewhere as compensation. Although Count Hughes was a bit disappointed, he also expressed his understanding. Actually, compared to the arrival of the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce's transport fleet, what he cared about more were the representatives of the other countries. So after the lunch banquet, the news of the representatives from the other countries arriving in Statham City and the news of the new flyer transport fleet arriving in Statham City left Statham City and flew south. The news from the new flyer was because of the fastest magic sedan, so it only took 2 days to reach the Marquis of Southgard's territory that was over 2,000 kilometers away. When the news arrived, the Magic Machine industrial base on the Marquis of Southgard's territory began to move at full force. Large amounts of household magic machines were made by the factories under the new flyer and the other magic machine factories. They were quickly loaded into large transport magic cars, and the motorcade quickly headed north. This news arrived in the Lampari Kingdom a day later. Then, through the magic communication network that had already been set up in the Lampari Kingdom, it was sent to the new flyer headquarters in the Principality of Constantine in just a minute. After another day, there were over 300 large transport magic cars that were loaded with over 10,000 household magic machines that quickly set off in the direction of the Malar Empire. At the same time, the various magic machine factories in the Lampari Kingdom and the Black Rice Wasteland were working at full force. Household magic machines were made one after another and loaded onto the cars, which also set off in the direction of the Malar Empire. If one looked down from the skies of signs, they would find that on the roads of the countries in the southwest corner of the continent, the large transport magic cars were like ants as they headed towards the Malar Empire to the north of the map. If one calculated it accurately, they would find that after the news came from Statham City, in just 5 days, there were over 100,000 household magic machines that were sent to the Malar Empire. Every day after that, there would be the same amount of household magic machines being sent over. This terrifying ability to transfer resources, this was the first time in the history of signs. At this time, the news that Count Hughes sent out from Statham City was still in a horse carriage heading south. If everything went smoothly and there weren't any obstacles on the way, it would reach the Malar Empire's capital, Angelo City, in 20 days and be sent to the Foreign Affairs Department of the Malar Empire. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.